So I'd like to call the August 16th, 2022 Vacaville City Planning Commission meeting to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Chair Klein.
Present.
Vice Chair Fortney.
Here.
Commissioner Vargas.
Present.
Commissioner Lightfoot.
Here.
Commissioner Labonte.
Here.
Commissioner Rudin. Here. Commissioner Wilkerson.
Present.
Chair, we have a quorum.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Will everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Vice Chair Fortney, please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Television.
No. Okay.
See if we have it. They wanted it. We may have to make an announcement.
Okay.
Check with Aaron.
We're now at item 3 of on our agenda, but I first want to confirm whether we have television access for anyone who's wondering.
We do not have the ability to broadcast out of the chamber this evening. Comcast is down. So our city team is working on getting it back up. But until such time, we'll be viewing the meeting in here, and then it will be recorded and put on the website after the fact.
Okay. Great. So my makeup won't go to waste. Okay. Wonderful. So are there communications? I would now like to welcome communications and introduce written correspondence received prior to the meeting. Manager Morris, Director Morris.
Mr. Chair, there are 3 items of email correspondence that were printed and presented to you on the dais.
Okay. Noted. We will now turn to item 4, approval of the agenda. And there's one item to note here is that we have a continuance of item 7B, which is the North Village Area Plan 2. So I'd like to put that out there at the outset about that item. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of the agenda. Sure. Commissioner Wilkerson.
Regarding the North Village Area Plan 2, can we have discussion on that item? In terms of exploring the alternate solutions from I have some questions regarding that.
Okay. Happy to entertain the city attorney's recommendations.
Sure. At this point, the item for consideration is the applicant's request for a continuance. So any discussion would be limited to the request for continuance and the basis for that.
Okay, that would be my question. Why, what is the basis for it?
And before we, this is a proper time for this. I want to air Commissioner Wilkerson's, I want to give proper thrust. So this is the right time to talk about item 7B?
Since the motion, or since what you've asked for is a motion which contemplates the continuance of item 7B, now you could entertain that now or at the time in the agenda when 7B is placed. However, looking at the community participation this evening, I think it might be better to address the particulars of the continuance so as that we're not inconveniencing anyone who might be here on 7B if it is in fact continued.
Okay, and it's proper for someone with a potential conflict to chair this portion?
I would actually recommend that if anyone has a conflict at this moment, it would be appropriate to recuse oneself from discussions related to the continuance.
Okay. Well, I do have a potential conflict of interest. This is as to item 7D in the North area, the North Village Area Plan 2. So I'm going to recuse from discussion on this. And if it's proper, I can go and sit in the audience or whatever you think is appropriate. Okay?
If you intend to participate as a member of the community, then you would leave the dais. If you are going to recuse yourself from any discussion, then I would recommend that you leave the meeting.
Leave the room?
Yes.
Okay, so Vice Chair Fortney, I guess, would chair this portion.
Am I moving seats now? Okay.
You got out of it.
Okay, so Commissioner Wilkerson can ask this question to staff?
Yes, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you. Albert?
So just for the edification of the commission, the item that we're currently on is just the approval of the agenda. And I believe that since what's been advertised for North Village was a public hearing that, you know, as the city attorney mentioned, that you could take an action on whether to continue it now at this particular item or whether you could wait for 7B. So the question on the table at this point was, why was the item requested to be continued? It's because the applicant is continuing to work with the city on items pertaining to the development agreement and the project design. And there are items that are not agreeable at this time. And so before the project is presented to the Planning Commission for the development agreement, among other things with that project, there needs to be a consensus of agreement between the city and the applicant. So that way a recommendation can be brought to the commission. So that agreement is not yet there. And so the applicant has requested to continue the item to the next meeting.
Okay.
And then once that item is brought to us, it will be a public hearing, so people will then still have time to give their input, correct?
That is correct.
So currently, only the applicant and city staff should be in communication regarding this project? Or would they be also listening to outside constituents?
Anybody at any time can ask questions about the North Village project. They can come to the city offices. They can call our front desk and inquire further about the project and find out what the status of the project is.
Okay, thank you. That's all I want to know.
Good. With that, discussion's over. Does any other commissioners have questions? Can I call the chair back in for or should I take the motion for?
I think go ahead and take a motion for the approval of the agenda with the continuance of item 7B.
7B. Do we have a motion? Second?
Sure.
First and a second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion's approved.
Shall we take roll call? Vote?
Yes, would you like to take the roll on the motion, please?
Commissioner Vargas?
Yes.
Commissioner Lightfoot?
Yes.
Commissioner Labonte?
Yes.
Commissioner Rudine?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilkerson?
No.
Vice Chair Fortney?
Yes.
5-1.
Sorry, just to interrupt. That action has been approved, and that agenda has been approved with an additional motion to continue item 7B. So that action has already been taken. We're on item 5 at this point.
Business from the floor. Okay, so item 5, I will now turn to business from the floor. Sorry about the slow start, everyone. Promise we'll pick it up. So this is the time for the public to address the commission with issues that are not on the agenda that are within the commission's subject matter jurisdiction. We will provide a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker or group spokesperson per California law. So I'll entertain, if anyone would like to address the commission, please line up. Okay, with that, we will now close item 5, business from the floor, and proceed with item 6, our consent calendar. Would anyone like to remove anything from the consent calendar, either from the would anyone like to remove anything from the consent calendar as presented? We have approval of the minutes from the July 19th meeting. Okay, do we have a motion for the consent calendar? Been moved by Vargas, okay. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Rudin. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the consent calendar is unanimously approved. We will now move to item 7, public hearing. The items we have on for public hearing tonight are item 7A and item 7C. So this first item is the Southtown Apartments public hearing. Tinkin Associates, Mr. Rich Alexander applicant. Who staff contact I see, okay, Ms. Nolan. And so, Director Morris, would you like to, should I turn over to you? And I think we have a way that you like to proceed with these presentations.
In the case of this item, Chair, our staff will present the item and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Yes.
Is the developer going to be speaking during the staff presentation or after?
After.
Okay.
After.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Ms. Nolan, please.
Sorry about that, Chair. I'll be making the presentation. I will note, my name is Albert Enolt for the community. I'm a senior planner with the Community Development Department. With us tonight is our assistant planner, Ms. Sarah Nolan, who has been assisting with this project through the development review process. So the item before you tonight and for the public is the Southtown Apartments project. So this is a request to construct 236 units for an apartment project on a 9.91 acre site. And this site is located at the northwest corner of Leisuretowne Road and Redstone Parkway. There are 2 entitlements for consideration tonight. It's an environmental assessment and then also a planned development. Now this planned development is a Senate Bill 330 application, which we will discuss in more detail later on in the presentation. This is an aerial photo that was provided by our audiovisual team that shows the project site that was captured, I think, in June. You're viewing it from Leisuretowne Road above the Van and Ranch subdivision, and you're looking to the north. You'll see the site is vacant. It's been graded over the years. And then off to the west, you'll see Southtown Phase 1A, and the canal for New Alamo Creek is bordering the edge of the street along there to the north, and you'll see Leisuretowne Road to the right and Redstone Parkway on the bottom half of the project site. So a little bit about the project. The site is 9.91 acres, as we mentioned, and there's 236 units that are being proposed. That results in a density of 23.81 units per acre. This project does have 468 parking stalls that they're providing for its future residents. There are 14 buildings on the site that are going to be 3-story buildings. The project would also include a clubhouse. The units within the project would have floor plans that would range from 744 square feet to 1,400 square feet. Our primary access will be on Leisuretowne Road with secondary access on Burgundy Street. And the architectural theme that's being proposed for this project is a modern farmhouse design. This site map shows what the project and the building layouts would look like. You can see along Burgundy Street, there is that townhome style design that's being proposed that would front along Burgundy Street and along Scarlet and Redstone. Within the site, you'll notice some larger gray buildings. Those are the apartment style type of design that's being proposed. And then there's also a couple of those buildings that are fronting along Leisuretowne Road. You'll see that access is provided off of Leisuretowne Road. We'll note how access is being provided along that street on the next slide. And then you'll see that secondary gated access on Burgundy Street with the clubhouse and swimming pool and other amenities provided at the center of the site. We will note that at the left-hand corner of this project site, there is a small little dog park that is being proposed as part of the project. So this graphic was provided to us from the applicant. It shows the layout of how this project would look in a 3D rendering. You can see along Leisuretowne Road how access would be provided via the site. There's a deceleration right turn pocket provided into the site, similar to what you'll see over off of Redstone Parkway and Leisure Town Road to the left of your screen. And then you'll see the different layouts of the buildings provided along the street with the associated landscaping for context. This is the view of those townhome style houses that would be presented as part of the project fronting along Burgundy Street that would face that existing subdivision for Southtown Phase 1A that was built by Tri-Point Homes. You'll see that each of them have a nice little courtyard fence that would be providing access to each unit, and then they would have secondary balconies on the second floor, but no balconies on the third floor. You'll note that the variety of different materials are being provided on the site on this particular building with board and batten siding, some horizontal siding, and some other metal materials and wood features that are provided for the decking, balcony, and then the fencing that goes along that balcony. This graphic shows what those three-story apartment buildings would look like from within the site. You can see the canopy car covers that would be provided for those future residents and the variety of materials and colors that are being proposed as part of this project. Lastly, this graphic shows what the amenities that would be provided. One of the amenities provided by the project site was swimming pool and a spa area with outdoor decking and landscaping for future residents. And to the right of this picture, not included in this graphic, it would be the clubhouse that also has the same architectural material and design as the other buildings that would be at the site. So as we mentioned in the very beginning of our presentation, this project is an application that was submitted in accordance with Senate Bill 330. And we provided a presentation to the commission last month about what SB 330 was, and so we felt it was important that this being the first application in front of the commission with an SB 330 application that we give a refresher for the commission. And so SB 330 is the Housing Accountability Act. And so this act does pretty much three things. It limits, it locks, and it shortens. So it limits the review authority for local jurisdictions and their decision-making bodies for qualifying projects. And that's a project, generally speaking, would be a residential project with multiple housing units, or a project that's consistent with objective standards that are adopted by a municipality. And it really limits the ability of that jurisdiction to deny or lower the density that's already established for that site without making specific findings related to health and safety. And there are examples that are out there of health and safety issues. For instance, if there's contaminated water and there is no way for means to be provided for those future residents because the only water that would be provided for those residents would be contaminated water. Or maybe the site resides within a flood zone that there's no way to get out of that flood zone with the construction of the project. So those are pertinent health and safety issues that are related that would really affect the future residents at that site or could affect the surrounding subdivisions. Another thing that this act does is it locks in standards that are in effect at the time that the initial preliminary application is submitted. So this particular application was submitted earlier this year, and as the commission may be aware of, and on July 14th, we adopted a new updated land use and development code with new standards. And so that would be an example of where, because they submitted their application and before those new standards took into place, we reference in our staff report that our analysis is based off of those previous standards. And that is what the law does, is it locks in those standards as long as the application is submitted with that preliminary application ahead of time. It does one other thing. Again, generally speaking, it shortens the review period that the local agency has for conducting CEQA review. And it limits the number of public meetings that we can have for projects. So in this particular case, this would be public meeting number 2. Earlier in June, we had, I think it was on June 8th, we had a neighborhood meeting. So that would be public meeting number 1. So right now, we're not exceeding that limit, but we're at the 2 marker.
Just a second. Albert, we've got Commissioner Fortney, Vice Chair Fortney.
I don't want to interrupt you, Albert, but since you're right there on the SB 330, so confirmation on this, the CFD and the community benefit districts were applicable before the application, correct? Is that what we're saying?
Correct, and I do have a slide that will kind of go into the history of all of that and
perfect.
Why it's applicable, and so we have a slide for that.
Gotcha, perfect, thank you.
Okay. So we wanted to share with the commission the public outreach that has been conducted for this project and the communications that the commission has received as part of the staff report and also as part of an informational memo that has been provided to the commission. We held a neighborhood meeting for this project on June 8th, and it was well attended. We had 80 residents attend, and we heard a number of comments from those residents, which are addressed in our staff report, and we'll go over generally tonight in our presentation. Since then, since that meeting, we've received well over 50 emails on this project, which has also been incorporated as part of an attachment in the staff report, but it was also as a communication item that was presented to staff, to the Planning Commission after the report was published. And a lot of these concerns are related to traffic design, compliance with CEQA, impacts to existing residents. We also received another communication from the applicant. The applicant submitted 2 letters. Generally speaking, the 2 letters dispute a condition of approval, which is number 7, related to the Community Facility District requirement to annex into CFD 11. We have another slide that will go over that also. And lastly, the communication that was provided to the commission was an informational memo from staff that outlines the history of CFD 11, provides some additional information about that, and also includes a revised language for that condition. So on to public comments. What we've heard about this project can be summarized into about 7 bullet points, and I'll go over those very briefly. Those are outlined also in our staff report. The first concern was related to the housing type, that the proposal for multifamily development was not favored by residents, that they opposed the multifamily development and they would prefer a single family or a condominium type of design. The important response about that is it is private property. We have set the rules for whatever the zoning has been in place as adopted by City Council, and one of the multifamily development options that are available for the applicant to decide on what they want to do is apartments. They could also do townhome designs, whatever meets the density, meets those available housing type on the site. And in this particular case, the applicant has chosen to move forward with an apartment project that is consistent with the zoning. Another concern that was expressed by the community was related to parking and whether or not this project would provide sufficient parking, and whether or not this project would create an issue where you're having residents or guests bleeding over into the existing neighborhood and the existing streets. So that's a simple calculation that's identified in the code that's, again, adopted by City Council, and those values are provided in the staff report. This project meets those minimum requirements. It should be noted that the code does state that for guest parking, the applicant is able to either provide it on-site or they can provide on-street parking. In this particular project, the applicant's elected to provide a portion of those guest parking stalls on-site, but also a portion along the street, and those are shown on the site plan. The next item that was of concern from the public was related to traffic, and the public expressed.
Albert, excuse me, can I have a quick question? Pardon my interruption. I missed it. Was there parking demand, or parking study, or are there parking analysis that were in the project beyond this? Anything that might have just been like, incidentally mentioned in CEQA?
So parking studies or parking analysis are usually those types of things that are required for projects where they're not meeting parking standards and where they're looking to get an exception for those standards. And usually those come into play when you have a variety of different land uses, for instance, commercial shopping centers, and you say, we've got these retail uses and we've got these residential uses, and their offsetting hours will allow them to be able to share that parking. And so that's a justification for which they would be able to reduce or get an exception to those parking standards. For this particular project, the standard is just set. And that standard says, as long as you meet the standard, you are complying with the code and there's no impact associated with that.
Yeah, and I'm just asking because you brought it up. So what is the standard?
The standard says that they have to provide 467 parking stalls, and they're providing 468 parking stalls.
And this is a city standard? Or?
Correct. This is city code. It breaks it out based off of the number of units, based off of the number of bedrooms, and based off the number of total units, and how many guest parking stalls are required to be provided for the site.
Okay, and I appreciate you just entertaining this question, because I think people might be confused about state versus local, because earlier we were talking about state law, so now parking is not a state law issue, right?
Correct. It's a standard that's established by local ordinances.
Okay, thank you. We have Commissioner Lightfoot.
So just while we're on the parking, so I saw this, it met the city guidelines. Under SB 330, couldn't they be allowed less? Or is there any parking?
An exception to development standards isn't something that is identified as part of the SB 330 application. It is something that's afforded to developers as part of the planned development application, where they can request alternate development standards as a variation to development. And there's an exchange. You provide a project that requires exceptions, but you also provide an offsetting benefit. That would not be the case in this particular project. The applicant's not requesting exceptions to any of the standards.
Commissioner Rudin.
Hi, sorry, and I'll have more questions when you're done, but since we're on parking at the moment, okay, so you said that the applicant is going to use Burgundy, is counting on-street parking on Burgundy as part of his 468 parking spots?
That's correct.
How many of those spots is he counting? How many of those spots on Burgundy is he counting, and how many are going to be in the apartment complex?
At the appropriate time or the time chosen by the Planning Commission, we do have the applicant's engineer, Tom Felipe, that could probably answer that question in more detail. I do have the project plans available right now, but it would take me a little bit of time, so it's at the commission's.
So that's going to be a number I'm going to want also, kind of like what's a percentage? Is he expecting 50% of it? And the other question I'm going to have related to that is he assuming that there's nobody already parking on Burgundy?
And, Commissioner Rudin, and I just want to make sure that we're giving staff and everyone a chance to I know we're asking to think on your feet. What we're trying to do here from the dais, I think, is just trying to, so that we're not covering all of the same ground throughout the presentation. What I think the commissioners are trying to do is to give you a sense of where they have questions, and we're not expecting all of the answers right now, but just throughout the presentation, we can air out those issues. I think we'd all greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely, and it's very common and regular and normal to either expect comments or questions from the commission during the presentation, or whether you wait till the end. It's totally normal and acceptable and part of the decorum.
And so the reason I mentioned, because I do want to move this ahead, we have a packed house here, so do you have other comments, or do you have other things you want to address in your presentation before we turn to the developer's presentation, or how would you like to proceed?
Well, I'm on slide 12 of 18, so.
Okay, I'll let you wrap it up.
Okay. But to answer that question from Commissioner Rudin, according to the applicant's project description, it's 71 spaces that would be provided along the public street. It's not just Burgundy. I think there are also some spaces along Scarlet.
71.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The applicant is also identifying some parking spaces for guest parking along Scarlet Street.
On the public street?
On the public street, which, just for clarification for the commission, that is something that is allowed by the code.
Under state law?
Under local ordinances.
Under our local ordinance?
Our own local ordinances that have been adopted by city council says you can either provide guest parking on site or you can provide guest parking in the public street.
Okay. You said 71?
Yes, as identified by the applicant's project description.
Okay. Okay. So I think we're ready. Yeah, please proceed.
So the next concern that was expressed by the public was related to traffic and whether these additional residents would introduce more congestion, and there was concern expressed about speeding. And our responses identified in the staff report. We also have the city's traffic engineer to help answer any technical questions related to street design, how traffic works. Ms. Gwen Owens is here. But the simple answer is that these streets have been designed to accommodate not only the single-family residents, but residential development at the site as developed between that density range that's identified in the general plan, which is between 20 units and 20.1 and 24 units per acre. Related to schools was another concern, whether or not Travis Unified School District had capacity for the additional residents. And when it comes to schools, state law, not local ordinances, but state law under SB 350 says that the only responsibility that local agencies and the applicant has to mitigate any impacts related to schools is the payment of an impact fee as determined by that school district. And so that's a limitation on what we can talk about with related to schools. There were also some concerns related to commercial and whether or not there would be commercial that could serve these future residents. The same commercial that's provided to the existing neighborhoods, which the nearest one about 1.65 or 1.68 miles away would be the Creekside Shopping Center that's located off of Alamo and Nut Tree Road, where the Rayleigh's is. There were some concerns or some frustrations that were expressed by the public about the signs and a condition of approval that was required from an adjoining development to identify signs for apartments at the site. This is a concern that's correct, that the condition of approval from the previous development did require an advertisement that says apartments on signs, but those signs were changed to say high density. The fact of the matter is, the reason why that was changed was because high density can describe any type of housing that fits that bill, so.
I'm sorry, the last part of what you said was kind of drowned out. Can you repeat that?
Sure, the reasoning for why the change from the sign from apartments to high density was apartments is not the only thing that could have been built at this site. It could have been townhomes, it could have been condos, anything that fits the bill of the density and whatever is allowed by the land use. So at the time when those signs were put up, the director of community development at that time decided that it was more accurate to put high density instead of apartments on those signs.
And so the director decided to put high density instead of apartments on the signs. And was that a material, well, and I guess this is a legal question. What's the material distinction between high density and apartments on a sign?
Apartments are a type of high-density housing. So, I mean, there's not a real distinction, so.
Do we know why the director made that decision? Is it, okay.
The important distinction about this particular item is that a condition that's imposed from a previous project on an adjoining site to put in a sign does not preclude a developer from being able to develop their site.
Okay, I think we'll be hearing about this one later.
Sure, but just,
Okay.
that was a public comment that we routinely heard about, and that was our response.
Thank you.
And then lastly, to summarize the public comments that we received, one was related to taxes, and there was a concern about whether or not this project site would be required to pay the Community Facility District 11 fees. And staff has added a condition of approval number 7, which is disputed by the applicant, that requires the project to annex into that district. And we have another slide that describes that. So another communication that was received on this project was the applicant's 2 letters. There's 2 letters that were submitted. One was on August 12th and August 15th. Both of them, in summary, oppose condition number 7, which requires them to annex into Community Facility District 11, which is the same district that the surrounding areas in Southtown have annexed into, and the same areas that the surrounding area in Van and Meadows have also annexed into. So prompting from those letters that were provided by the applicant, it prompted staff to provide an informational memo for the commission that helped outline the whole purpose of Community Facility District, why it was required, where it came from. So the history behind this starts from 2004, when the original project was approved for Southtown Moody, which included Southtown Phase 1, all the way from Nut Tree Road to where the railroad tracks is, where the Moody property was and is currently developed as Van and Ranch. Back in 2004, an environmental impact report was certified with the project, and as part of that environmental impact report, what was disclosed to the public were there were going to be impacts to fire and police services as a result of the Southtown project. And the answer to solving those impacts was to develop a funding mechanism to help offset those impacts, and that funding mechanism would be disclosed in greater detail as part of the development agreement for Southtown. That development agreement was later concurrently approved with the Southtown project. So what the development agreement said was the developer at that time needed to create what was called a community facility district, and the number at that time was number 11. And that was created the following year in 2005. And so over the years, as Southtown has developed, the surrounding areas have annexed into it, starting with Southtown Phase 1 and 2, and then continue on with Casa de Venti, with Southtown Phase 3 of recent, and then you've also got the surrounding areas to the south in Vanna Meadows that have annexed into it. That's not the only reason. The environmental impact report isn't the only reason for which condition number 7 was required. It's also required because of a general plan policy. General plan policy PUB-P1.2 is a policy that was adopted from our general plan in 2015. And what it does is it requires developers to annex into a community facility district. That the burden of whatever the project onto public facilities for fire and police should not be placed onto existing residents or onto the existing general fund. And so there's multiple reasons behind this. So here we have that funding mechanism, and here we have a development agreement that identifies that funding mechanism, and then the community facility district was created. Well, on June 30th of 2021, this Southtown development agreement expired. The city didn't terminate it. It wasn't canceled, it expired. It's an agreement between two parties, the city and the developer. And if neither one of us can agree to extend it, then it doesn't get extended and it expires. But the expiration of that development agreement does not absolve the requirements to annex in to the CFD for the purpose of mitigating impacts to police and fire services, and also for the purpose of complying with the general plan. So we have a condition of approval as part of this project that requires them to annex into CFD 11 to ensure that we're mitigating the impacts with the original environmental impact report, and to also ensure that we're being consistent with the general plan, which is a required finding for approval for a plan development.
Why did we allow it to expire? Why was there not consensus reached? If you could just give us a capsule, like. I'll try to summarize it in such a way that we don't move our discussion towards that topic, because that is not an item that's on the agenda for discussion. It was brought up in public comment, and it seems.
Sure, but I can summarize it for the commission briefly, is that as these development agreements get closer to the expiration date, developers reach out to the city about, hey, we're interested in extending this. And the developer and their team for Southtown Phase 3 primarily was looking at extending the life of this development agreement and submitted an application, I believe it was in December of 2020. But applications need all information, so there was some missing information from that application that was submitted in 2020. Well, the city, follows up with the applicant to make sure that we get the materials that are necessary to continue pursuing the project. And it was received, those items were received in May of 2021. And so based off of when we received those items, we had limited time to move forward with the project. And it was presented to the Planning Commission with the hope that we could move on to a city council meeting in June, I believe, of 2021. But we then realized that it had reached its expiration date. And so we offered some solutions to the applicant on how they could move forward with that development agreement, which would involve recreating it, going through the original process to revive that development agreement. And the applicant, hearing what that process would look like, decided to withdraw their application. And so that notice that said, hey, this item is not going to city council. It's been, put on hold indefinitely, was sent out to the public, and it was never heard before city council.
Zoning wasn't changed or brought up in that development agreement, that third version, was it?
The original development agreement had some vested elements that were applicable to the project sites. But
But
when
an
those
apartment
things,
complex or a high-density site was always in the development agreement?
correct, it was always identified in the development agreement, it was always identified in the community facility district when it was created. It identifies fees for what multifamily would look like versus single-family development. And it was originally identified as part of the project in 2004 and analyzed as part of the environmental impact report. And nothing for this site has been changed, the zoning hasn't been changed. We have never presented to the planning commission alternate projects for this site. This is the first one that's been presented for the site.
Commissioner Wilkerson?
Regarding the condition of approval, regarding the CFWs, do we have an actual cost of the amount that the, of that, do you know what I'm talking about? You do.
We don't. We haven't been able to get with our finance team to develop that fee, but that's usually something that's after the matter. Right now, what you can find on the city's website is a fee that's associated with single-family development, but we don't have that multifamily development fee. So these letters and this additional history as part of the informational memo has prompted efforts from city staff to revise condition number 7 to help clarify exactly where does this condition come from. The original condition says that the applicant shall annex into CFD 11. It's very plain, it's very straightforward. So in working with our city attorney and our finance department, we have revised this condition, which is also identified as part of the informational memo, and it's identified for you on the screen. And pretty much what it says is in accordance with the mitigation requirements identified from that original EIR under certain impacts, and that those excerpt from the original environmental impact report is also provided to you in that informational memo. And then we also cite the general plan policy. The applicant shall provide additional sources of funding for police and fire services using, we give a couple of options. We say either you annex into CFD number 11, or prior to obtaining a building permit, the applicant shall set up an annuity to fully fund and mitigate the project's proportional share of the ongoing annual police and fire services impact costs. So with that, we arrive at our conclusion. And based off of the evidence in the record with the project, its compliance with the findings of approval and its compliance with development standards, we can say that this project meets those findings as conditioned. We'll note that condition of approval number 7 for CFD 11. It also complies with the general plan and zoning, again, as conditioned. Complies with those development standards. The applicant's not asking for any exceptions to standards. It would provide more housing, and it's a well-designed architecture. So with that, there is a recommendation for the Planning Commission tonight. And there's 2 items to act on. One would be to reaffirm the Southtown Moody Environmental Impact Report. And the other is a recommendation to approve the plan development for Southtown Apartments, subject to the conditions of approval, but with that revision to condition number 7 is what staff has for the commission. That is the end of my presentation. I will note that the applicant, Mr. Rich Alexander, was unable to make it tonight due to health issues. He really wanted to make it. So who we have from the applicant's team is the project engineer, Mr. Tom Felipe, the property owner, Mr. Mark Teagan, and the applicant's attorney, Mr. Christian Sebring, who are available to the commission to answer any questions, to provide any clarifying answers for this project. They do have an opposition to condition number.
Okay. Great. Wonderful. Thank you. I was just asking, can you introduce these people again, and this time maybe they can raise their hands because we don't know who they are.
So the applicant's property owner, the applicant's engineer, Mr. Tom Felipe, and then also the applicant's attorney, Mr. Christian Sebring, are here tonight. They raise their hand off to the left-hand side. So they're available to help, and the main point is they're available to answer any questions, take any questions from the commission or the public, and most importantly, they do have their say that they would like to regarding that condition number 7 for the community facility district.
Okay, thank you, Alfred, or Mr. Inal. I guess, are they asking to be heard, or are they available to, if there are questions? Can you just clarify, are they gonna come up and speak, or what's the?
There's no presentation being proposed
Okay.
by the applicant at this time.
All right, thank you. So we will now turn to public discussion. So I would like to give the public an opportunity. I see a hand. Are you here for the public, sir?
Chair, sorry to
excuse me.
interrupt you. If you're going to be
Just a
taking
second,
public
sir.
comments, you would need to open up the public hearing.
Yeah, I was just explaining to the public that, so we're gonna now turn to public comment, and I'm gonna invite the public to come forward to be heard on this item. We're gonna give 3 minutes per member of the public. I ask that you would form behind this gentleman here, if you can start making your way down to the podium, sir, if you'd like to be heard, and if everyone can line up behind this gentleman who'd like to be heard. And you can absolutely ask questions. I just encourage everyone to line up, and if you could just give us a sense of, your name, and I will give you 3 minutes once you make it to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Steve Kelly, and I live at 566 Burgundy Street in the city of Vacaville. I bought my house in 2016, and the open lot didn't have anything about building apartments, didn't have anything about construction or so on. I pay $750 taxes just to live there when I paid $500,000. Another thing he was saying about parking. I live right across the street from this location. There's going to be triple parking you can imagine, because most of those people who can afford into those apartments have 2 or 3 families, and they won't have sufficient amount of parking in that location. Right now, the people are running almost 40 miles per hour down the street. So that's a 25-mile zone. So who's gonna take care of that? I lived in an apartment when I got out of the Army 51 years ago. I never had to pay taxes. So these people who live in the apartment, they're not gonna have to pay any taxes or anything. So us taxpayer, as I moved from Cordelia, double my taxes from Cordelia from $6,000 to $9,000 to live here in Vacaville, and have to say, well, this is it. You have to accept something which you don't believe in. I mean, I'm 70 years old, Vietnam vet, so there's no reason for, we can sweep this under the blanket or under the carpet or whatever, and here it is. But most of us people who in this here, we live in a beautiful community where people there's no arguments, there's no problems, there's no thefts, there's nothing. And now you're gonna create a problem area with other people coming into our neighborhood for, to make an extra buck or so? So it's time for the board to think twice before you make your reactions. Think about all these people here, who live here, who paid $500,000. Maybe that's not enough for you, but I mean, $500,000, my house payment's $3,000 a month. $750 is just taxes. So before you think about this, you should look at it, the big picture, the picture of these people here in this 80 people sitting here have the same comment. If you were gonna make apartments, there should have been a big sign in front, and I'll guarantee you half the people wouldn't even bought in this area, because it would not be, half of the would buy that. If there's a big sign saying, oh, we're gonna build apartments, I wouldn't have done it. I would have moved somewhere else. But no, there's, so that's really all I have to say, and I disagree with everything this gentleman's saying, because eventually, like I say, If he charges $2,000 a month and people can't afford it, they'll have 2 or 3 families in there. And where's the parking? Right in front of my house. Unless I go to the city hall and ask for a blue thing, because I am handicapped, I have prosthetic legs. So there's no reason why you should accept this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Nellie Woolsey, and I live in the Alamo Plaza. And I was the one who wrote a letter on August 15th. Sorry, Sarah, but I called you Nancy on that letter. I want to apologize. I wrote the letter, and I would like to read this to you. I don't know if you read the letter at all. I said, thank you for providing me with the information regarding the Southtown apartment development. However, I am extremely disappointed on how the city of Vacaville processed their distribution of public information to the community. I was unaware or uninformed by mail or any other means through the city of Vacaville regarding this development until I heard it from word of mouth just on August 15th. That's why I sent the letter, which is why I called for clarification regarding the development. When I called and spoke with Sarah, she mentioned that to notify residents, she used the term code, and that's within 600 feet of the development site. The code is erroneous because such development as the Southtown apartment development will drastically affect the surrounding neighborhoods, which is Alamo Plaza, within at least half a mile, not just Alamo Plaza, but half a mile from where it's at. Many homeowners purchase their homes in that area with the understanding that is primarily zoned for residential single-family homes. We strongly oppose the Southtown apartment development. It will negatively affect the area in many aspects. It brings down the housing property value among the family home dwellings, increased traffic on Leisure Town Road and the surrounding residents where children play, which increases the danger around the area. High density population will increase crime in the area, which the city does not have enough resources for law enforcement. When I hear firecrackers or whatnot, I call, no one comes. No one comes. We have no resources. And it causes site pollution. It's an eyesore for the residents that lives nearby. So I hope that this committee votes to deny this plan and rezone the area to a low density zoning for just homes. And I appreciate you hearing me out.
Thank you, Ms. Woolsey.
All right. That's, my wife, Christina, Travis Butcher. I live on Crimson Circle. I didn't write a letter. I kind of took the information what I get, and I appreciate you have a job to do. And our city council has a very important job to do. I am active duty. My wife and I bought this home in 2017 with the idea and preparation of retirement. I'll be retiring next year. And I can't help but feel like we were a part of a bait and switch. It's frustrating. We were sold a bill of goods. High density was on there, but it was sold as for sale condo or townhomes for sale, which is drastically different than rental, drastically. And while this gentleman's company that he's representing is bare minimum according to city accordance, is 150 of your parking spots are gonna be utilizing public street parking is unacceptable. Like, not only the safety and the fence for those townhomes on Burgundy, is it just inviting that their extra parking spot is right in front of their place. So Burgundy will be packed. Along with traffic flow, The only way for those people, residents in the townhomes and apartments, if they want to go left on Leisure Town, every single one of them is going to take Burgundy, Redstone, so that's all that traffic flow just to turn left. So that's, to me, for kids in our homes, that's a big safety issue. Also, taxes. Like, I agree with the gentleman who spoke first about taxes. You know, we pay Melrose, what do we pay it for? And now we're going to pay for these apartments to be built where it doesn't seem like we're receiving any benefit. In fact, it's all negative. I would ask what studies have done where apartments or rental properties were built and it improved home values. So I would say if your company had this in 2004, maybe you should have built it first. So people buying the homes knew what they were getting into. So, yeah, I implore on the council, this is a very important vote. You have all these families. I have other retired veterans that live on Crimson Circle. Everyone feels the same. I don't think anyone's like really gung-ho, like, hey, we're excited for these apartments. Not that they're not nice, they're a nice picture, but that's not what we bought our homes for. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Butcher. And I just want to clarify that I know Mr. Renault did an effective job at representing the developer's interests. He's not, he's on staff. The developer is here to speak to their interests specifically. So I think we have two representatives over here, and I thought there, it's just two? Oh, okay.
The architect is here as well.
Excellent. So these gentlemen will hopefully be taking taking notes on public comment. Anyway, I'd like to dig right back in. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Christina Butcher. I'm the wife of Travis. One of the main reasons why we purchased our home, I was graduating. I wanted a home. I was done with renting. We rented for almost, I want to say, like 14 years in apartment complexes. I've seen everything that apartment complexes bring because we were a part of it. We started when we were young, party hardy, all the way up until when we're planning our first kid, rental. And so I implore you, because we bought this house, more than $500,000. We pay Melrose taxes, which is the highest in our neighborhood. The people who are grandfathered in doesn't have to pay Melrose. Ours just keeps increasing every year, and we have no say in what gets built in that section. I have a kid who has a disability. He doesn't understand running out in the street is gonna get him hit. We personally buy all these signs to put up in front of our house on Redstone. That's just Redstone. That's not even off of Burgundy where everybody drives fast. To help others slow down and run out there. I have history of child molestation. You think this apartment complex with random people coming in and out of our neighborhood is gonna respect any of those laws with like trying to like, oh, are we gonna do safety checks and make sure that this person isn't, you know, a child molester in my neighborhood? I mean, I get it that random people in our neighborhood could be like that, but the high density part of this apartment complex and the people that it brings, they don't care about the surrounding neighborhood. They're gonna park on the streets, on the sides. They're gonna let their dogs poop everywhere, you know, and they're not gonna care about following the speed limits on that side for safety for the children. We already have issues just right now with people driving down the roads. And so my thing is the safety and the concern of this housing complex, and that it was just pulled over our heads. I got a letter in March and I was like, what the heck is this? They said that they were gonna build, you know, for purchase, not rental. That is a huge thing. If I knew that they were gonna rent out apartments, condos, whatever, renting, period, that brings people in and out of that neighborhood, I would not spend $500,000 of my hard-earned money to buy in that neighborhood if I knew that that right there across the street was gonna have that there. I would have bought somewhere else. And so, and then not even really truly understanding Milleroo's tax and how that increases, and now we have no say. It's upsetting. So again, I see my time is up, but I implore all of you to please work with our neighbors to find a better decision for this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butcher.
Hi, my name's Robin Sickler. My husband and I, Mike and I, bought in 2017 when our house was just a frame. We purposely asked what was going to go into that lot when we bought our home to make sure it was where we wanted to spend over $600,000 on a house. And we were told that it was going to be for purchase townhomes, not for rent apartments or anything else. And as you can tell from everybody that is here with me, we are furious. Absolutely furious as to what is going on now. You're talking about 3 people at minimum per unit on average, according to statistics for rental properties. You're talking about over 700 people now coming into our small little neighborhood that we have loved from the time that we have all lived there. It is a small, safe, loving community for each other. And we do not need an extra 700 or more people coming in, renting apartments literally across the street. We're not talking about a major city thoroughfare across the way that's being built out of our front yards. It is going to be in our front yards, especially those who live on Burgundy and on the corner houses of Crimson, Scarlet, and Ginger. Not acceptable. And the fact that you guys are planning to use some of those 468 parking spots are going to be on our city streets, our neighborhood streets, unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. That is not what we bought our home for, and that is not where we chose to live. You're talking about increased traffic with Amazon, DoorDash, UPS, FedEx, all of the deliveries that are going to come into this, not to mention all of the visitors and the extra family people who are going to be coming in and visiting these people. They are not going to all fit in there. That it's going to come out onto our street, and it's not going to be just Scarlet and Burgundy. I can tell you that. They're going to end up on Crimson Circle where we live. They're going to end up on Ginger. They're going to end up in all of the streets that you guys didn't even pay attention to. And yes, the staff is saying we should approve this. They're recommending you guys approve this. They don't live there. Of course they're going to recommend that. That is what I have to say about that. I really hope you guys do the right thing because we're furious. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ziegler.
Hi, good evening. My name is Bruce Smith. I live at 554 Burgundy, directly across the street from this vacant lot. I've lived there since 2016. I won't belabor all and repeat everything everybody said. We were not told that this is what was going to be built there. I've sent emails to Ms. Nolan, Mr. Inault, spoke with both of them on the phone. And even a year ago, there was an email that came out from Mr. Filippi about extending the Southtown Amendment. At that time, it was going to be duet homes, like around the firehouse by Magnolia Park. I'm good with that. People have to buy those, right? As far as the traffic goes, Burgundy Street is already a very, very busy thoroughfare. When Leisure Town backs up, people come down Burgundy, 40, 50 miles an hour. I've made numerous phone calls to the police, try to get traffic control out there, or just come out and do traffic, right? You guys could write tickets all day long. Lived there 6 years, never once, never once. And our taxes pay for 2 extra police officers. I'm glad we don't need them, but it would be nice to have traffic control out there. Okay. My other major concern is Cambridge School. Okay. When we bought this house, we were shown a map with the new school being built out between Vanden and Nuttree. It's houses now. Houses are being built. School was never built. Okay. This year, my daughter doesn't have a library at Cambridge because there's a class in the library. There's a class in the cafeteria. Okay. The school district says, well, our enrollment's flat. Where are all these kids going to go to school? You guys are building hundreds and hundreds of homes between Vanden and Leisure Town. Hundreds. One Lake, hundreds of homes. You go out to one lake, oh, the kids are gonna go to Cambridge. Really? Really? Okay? I know that that's a district issue, but the city has some responsibility to make sure our kids have a place to go to school that's not overcrowded. It's heartbreaking, it really is. It just gets old when developers come to the city with a pile of cash, you guys take it in, but you ignore what the residents want. I've been in Vacaville for 44 years. And if these kind of things are what's gonna happen, I'll just go someplace else. Vacaville will be my old hometown. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Minion.
Hi, Alicia Minion, and I live off Cardinal Court, just around the corner from the project site. And first, what I want to say is your staff report, it misspelled the developer's name. The applicant is not Tenkin, it's Teakin and Associates. Teakin Associates has a website. They're advertising this project as a current project as though it's already being constructed, okay? We have formed a group. Our neighborhood is the Friends of Southtown. We have engaged an attorney, Mark Wasser. Mark Wasser has written a letter. I'm going to read it into the record, and I have a copy for all of you to read. A review of state records discloses that Teakin & Associates LLC is in forfeited status by the California Franchise Tax Board. That's where we all pay our taxes to, California income taxes. Under California law, when a business is forfeited status, it loses the privilege of doing business in California. Businesses in forfeited status cannot make valid enforceable contracts, cannot appear as parties in court. That means they can't sue you, the city, and they cannot sell, transfer, or exchange real property. Because of its forfeited status, Teakin & Associates is ineligible to pursue the application has submitted to the city for the Southtown Apartments, and Planning Commission is unable to approve the application. The city is obligated to void this application. We request that the Planning Commission direct staff to verify the active and good standing of status of all applicants in the future, so valuable staff time and city resources are not needlessly expended on applications that cannot be approved. Finally, we also wish to point out that the city's public notice for this project, this hearing, contains material inaccuracies. The applicant's name is misspelled. There's a mistake in the assessor parcel number. The APN ending in 180 shown on the application filed by Teakin & Associates to the city is different than the APN ending in 060, which is listed in the notice. In fact, the listed APN in the notice ending in 060 does not exist on the Solano County records. The hearing needs to be renoticed with a notice that correctly identifies the applicant and the affected property. However, since the proposed developer is in forfeited status, it does not matter in this instance because the application is void and renoticing the hearing is unnecessary. The deficiencies in the notice would prevent the hearing from proceeding even if the applicant was in good standing. For all these reasons, the pending application submitted by Teakin & Associates must be summarily denied and dropped from further consideration. I want you to know the Franchise Tax Board, they state it could take 3 to 6 months to correct the forfeiture status. I imagine it'll take that long because the applicant has been in forfeiture status since November 1st of 2021. I urge you to shut this down now. Thank you.
Ms. Mannion, do we have a copy of that letter? If you'll just give us one quick minute, ma'am. Do we have the? Does the city have this letter and these facts?
They do not. This is hand delivered.
Okay.
And copies.
Please. Thank you. Yeah. Hi. And just one other question, Ms. Minion. You had mentioned a typo in the what's the?
Assessor's parcel number.
Okay. Okay, so.
There was an error in the parcel.
So I assume that staff and the developer will be able to address these issues in addition to the others, at a later time. We'll continue. Thank you very much for your patience.
Okay, so I'm coming to you as a student that goes to Vanden High School. Honestly, I didn't expect to come up here, but like I thought about it and I was like, this is an important issue that I do want to address. So I understand that you guys don't really have like an obligation like to the school for real. I know you guys only have to pay fees, but I feel like you also have to think of the fact that we're literally low on teachers. Like, and our schools have so many wait lists and it's just so packed. And to top it off, there is gonna be more traffic on the roads and that's where the buses have to pick up the kids. And I'm like, I have to drive to like school, like so much traffic's gonna be there. It's already enough in the morning to try to get to school. So I'm like, adding more traffic and more apartments and more issues for the school is like, can we try to think about the students just a little bit? Cause I'm like, we have to deal with this on a daily basis. Like, there are no more schools. Like the dude said, they were saying they're gonna build more schools. They're not building anything. We have to improvise on different things. Like COVID hit, there's less teachers. There are issues that with the schooling and all this like that. And I understand, again, they only have to worry about fees, but I'm like, you still have to think about the students. So that's all I wanted to say, you know.
Thank you very much. We didn't catch your name, young lady. Kalia. Thank you very much. Excellent work.
Hi, my name's Michael Webb. I live on Ginger Street. I'm gonna point out that there was either deliberate deception, that the city was either involved in or complicit in that deception with the lack of notice to the members of that community in that area. They either allowed the builder Tri Point to tell lies, or they deliberately did not tell the builder the right answer. So on top of that, the average CFD 11 cost in our neighborhood is over $2,000 for CFD 11 alone. Well over $9,000 a year in total Solano County taxes. That is a ton of money to most people. 3 months of my first mortgage go to yearly taxes, or three months mortgage payments go to taxes before I ever touch anything else in the house. The EIR report from 2004 does not account for any current conditions. It does not account for the fact that there's been no infrastructure buildup for water resources, for only extending half of Leisure Town Road. Leisure Town Road has been closed 3 times in one direction in the last month for accidents alone, one including a bicyclist death. You're telling me to add the 800 homes that are being advertised between Alamo and Marshall on Leisure Town Road, plus this and all the homes extending out towards One Lake will not increase that. It will be closed down almost daily. I implore this planning commission to stand up for the existing community members against the blatant money grab by these developers or by other city officials, because I have still not been able to get a right answer on what the city collects more money in. An apartment complex or single-family homes. The fees and permits for a single-family home come to almost $90,000. What is it for 200 and whatever apartments? That should be known to the public on how much money the city is going to be making approving an apartment complex versus single-family homes. Because it's important. Because it shows where your loyalties and where your ethics are. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Webb.
My name's Richard Minion. My wife's Alicia, the one that was here before. And we've done our research. I wish the city had done their research, because you didn't. Number 2, back when our houses were being built, this city had an agreement And that agreement was that Tri-Point was supposed to put 4 signs out that said high-density apartments, okay? What's that? High resident. No, they had apartments. And what they did is you guys, or your department, building department, whatever, said that if you don't put those 4 signs out, one on each corner, we're not going to give you the permits to build the Tri-Point, all these people's houses. Okay? And that went by the wayside. Those signs weren't up that said anything about apartments. It was high density, whatever. High density in Pleasant Hill, where I came from, was, very, very small amount compared to what you have here. So I understand that county to county it differs. But my thing is does anybody here live across the street from apartments? No? Okay, you don't. And you know why? Is because you know that people take pride in houses and condos that they buy, but nobody takes pride in an apartment, okay? An apartment to them is just a dwelling that they can go in and out of, stay there a year, trash the place, leave their garbage around. They don't have any respect for the neighboring people. They don't have any respect for the property. They don't care if they put holes in the walls. We respect our property. We keep our properties nice. We mow our lawns. We keep our trees trimmed, okay? These apartments, the reason you don't live across from apartments is you know in your heart the same thing that I'm telling you right now. And that's what I'm saying. We don't want apartments across the street from where we live, okay? Just making it plain and simple, just putting it out there. But somewhere down the line, this city has, they've let everybody here down, whether by negligence or just pure lying, because they did not do what they were supposed to do. They didn't do their due diligence. They didn't do the due diligence on this company. And so we're bringing it up. And this here is, to me, a blight on Vacaville. It should never come to me and my wife and an attorney having to dig this stuff up and find out and come to you to tell you that this is not acceptable. This can't be done. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minion. And thank you as well, Mrs. Minion. Sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is James Woolsey, and my wife and I, we live at Alamo Place. And I just had a quick question. I echo all the comments of my neighbors, but the question I have is there a way how it go about changing the zoning of this particular piece to maybe low-density residential versus what it is now? Is that something, I don't know if you guys can consider that here, obviously, tonight, but isn't that something maybe moving forward so that we don't have to worry about this anymore?
So is your question?
Change the zoning of this particular piece, because everything surrounding it is, low-density residential. So to stick a high-density residential amongst all the low-density residential areas doesn't really make sense. That way, in the future, we don't have to worry about this again, because it's going to be houses or, nothing like apartments.
We'll carry that question forward. I don't want to impinge on your time, but we'll definitely carry that question forward. I think I understand it, but you've been heard by us at least, yes.
Yeah, I just had that question.
That's a fine, yeah, and that'd be maybe that's in our subject matter jurisdiction. We understand the question. Yeah. We'll take it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Wendy Brecken, and I was a prior planning commissioner. And when I read this agenda item, I was a little bit upset because we had, on June 15th, 2021, had been asked to approve of a 3-year extension for the development agreement, which was set to expire on June 30th. There was a lot of discussion about why are we getting this last minute? And we all decided 7-0 to go ahead and approve it to go to city council, so that the city council would be deciding whether to extend the 3-year agreement, to the agreement for 3 years, and have the project go ahead. Instead, somehow the development agreement expired, and with that, according to the Second Amendment, I believe, on June 10, 2014, there was an amendment to the development agreement, and in that amendment, it specifically stated that when the development agreement expires, you have the tentative map, final map, subdivision documents, everything expires, project's over. So I'm frankly confused, and I think it's a legal issue that that the staff can bring this to you tonight as a project to be approved by duct taping maybe a future development agreement when everything's already, I think, expired. So what I would be recommending is, or suggesting, is that perhaps this be tabled until you get a full legal opinion on what is legal in this situation, as far as when you have a just expired development agreement and a specific clause in the development agreement saying everything expires. There's, I know SB 330 is an issue in this case, and, you know, new law saying, you know, we got to get these apartments in place and things like that. But it doesn't say to disregard all prior law. It's just saying we're going to freeze what laws are in place. So you have the subdivision, State Subdivision Map Act, which requires the local authority to look at grading, sewers, water, streets, etc. And once they have approved that, it's approved in the form of a tentative map and then a final map, which in this case seem to have expired. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brecken.
Hello, Rebecca Conklin. I live at 590 Sitka Drive in the Bandon Ranch community. And one question I have for the company is, did you guys actually drive out into the Redstone Parkway area to count the houses and the parking access there? I would appreciate it.
You know, I'm gonna, if it's okay, let's not do a direct back and forth,
Okay.
but if you guys wanna, I highly encourage you to be taking notes, and you can respond in turn.
Perfect. Because the one thing I was thinking of is, I mean, I live on the other side of Leisure Town, and I was thinking about when people have family parties in the Bandon Ranch area. And we have a really good Facebook group who's really good, like, hey, we're gonna have people over, you know, the street's gonna be a little bit busier, but it should be cleared out around whatever time. And my concern is how is that going to affect the people in the Redstone community having their own families over? How is that going to affect the constant in and out when this company is vouching and planning on using these yes, they're public access roads, but they're still community roads? How is that going to affect the flow of the traffic and even the foot traffic within the community? The second thing I wanted to bring up, which is more of like a nitpicky thing on my end, the use of high density is very vague. And I mean, I moved here with my parents in, 2016 probably, right around then. And high density is one of those words that can be anything from townhomes to apartments. Now, people here are saying that when they moved in, it was supposed to be advertised as a Southtown apartment project. So why was that linguistic changed to the more vague high density? It wouldn't make sense to advertise high density if you were planning townhomes, or if it was always supposed to be apartments. Why was that condition not made clear? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conklin. We'll try to address your questions.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nani Morans, and I'm here as a parent as well as a teacher at Cambridge Elementary. So I want to give a little update about the school district's plans. But as a parent, I'm a little bit concerned. A 3-story apartment complex is going to look right into my 5 children's bedrooms. Are you going to guarantee that my daughter isn't going to be watched by somebody? That's what I want to know. How are you going to guarantee that my children are safe? They're going to be playing in our backyard.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, we live at 697 Purple Martin Drive, which means your apartment complexes look right into my backyard. So my question is, how are my children going to play outside or go swimming safely? That's a concern I have. Second of all, as a teacher at Cambridge Elementary, last week on Tuesday, the school board voted to they probably should put a bond on the ballot in November. So the union said, that's a great idea. And as a union member, I can explain and tell you what the union said. They spoke to the labor board. The labor board laughed and said, we need at least 6 months to notify the community, explain to the community what we really need when we put a school bond measure on the November ballot. So that may or may not get put on this November. The school district is saying, we're not looking at another school for another 5 years. Now, let me explain something. As a teacher at Cambridge for 25 years, there are teachers in our school that are teaching in the hallway, in the A wing. We are teaching in the hallway in the B wing. We have 2 classes in our library. We have a class in our cafeteria. We have a class in the closet, which was our paper storage room. Now, I happen to luckily have a classroom because I've been there for 25 years. But I need you to be aware of the fact that we have no space. We have 744 children enrolled in our school. We average 520, okay? Where are they gonna go? We don't have the approval for portables. PG&E said we don't have enough electricity. We don't have enough bathrooms. Where are we gonna go? So as a teacher, I'm saying to you, you need to stop and think a little bit more. Most of my families are also coming from the River Run apartments. 8 people in every apartment. And I know that for a fact because I know all the families that live there. So it's not 2 people per apartment or 1 person per apartment. It's 8. They can't afford $2,500 a month. And that's what they pay for a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment. So I really want you to stop and think. From a teacher's perspective, do I want to have 40 kids in my classroom again? No, I really don't. And yes, there's a massive teacher shortage. We are at the warm body approach. We don't have credentialed teachers. We just don't. Where do you want me to put these guys? And I also know from our union that you've also approved 7,300 homes permits from our Leisure Town, Alamo Place, all the way through to Vanderbilt High School. Where are we gonna go with those kids? I want you to stop and think about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heather Shear. I also live Purple Martin Drive. I'm also a teacher over at Cambridge. She's not lying. Your kids really are in the hallways. The other big concern that I have is living right where I live on Purple Martin. Right behind us is a canal. I have written and talked to people that work here in Vacaville about having some kind of blockage. Unfortunately, when we do get rain, which is very few and far between, but when we do, it is like a massive stream that the water literally just flows like 20 miles an hour down. Any kid could take it and get in there and drown. There is no blockage right there. You can get in by that canal. There's nothing protecting it, and you want to put all these apartments behind with all these other kids. They can fall, they can drown. There's no safeguards there whatsoever. And the highway or not the highway, but it's like a highway. Leisure Town is like a highway. So what happens when Highway 80 shuts down? That becomes a corridor, and everybody goes down Leisure Town, and they don't just drive 40 miles an hour.
It's 50 miles an hour. My son goes to Golden West, and I will not let him ride his bicycle with his friends on Leisure Town, which has double wide sidewalks, because I'm afraid my kid's gonna get ran over. They don't go 50 miles an hour. So you're gonna put you're gonna put these apartments right there, and right where the driveway, and you think we're not gonna have accidents? People can't even go around the roundabout at the bottom of Leisure Town. That roundabout is like dead. Every other week, there's a big chunk of concrete in the middle of it, because nobody knows about a roundabout. It's supposed to be this great thing. It's not, really. Maybe in Europe, but not here. So I really want you guys to really look at the big picture. I know everybody's complaining. Trust me, my house is a $900,000 house. I'm pissed. Right? I put my family here because I liked Vacaville. When I first moved to California from the Midwest, I lived in Vallejo. I was like, oh my God, what did I get myself into? I moved to Vacaville for a reason. I like the community, I like the safety. I understand that we need to build apartments. You're right, we do. But this location is not the right place for these apartments. They need to be somewhere else. Our families want to be safe. We want to have the same residential areas. We live on the outskirts of Vacaville for a reason. Yep. If we wanted all the ruckus, we would live by Hunter Run. We live by the other 5 million apartments that are in Vacaville. We don't want that. We're just families that have safe kids. And I'm actually a teacher with SPED. I have like children with autism in my class. So I know all of these kids that have disabilities. I feel sorry for the family that's here tonight. Where you can't let your kid go out in your own front yard and play because you're worried? It's not. It's bad enough we live in the day age that we live in already. But why would we make it worse for our own kids? Is that what Vacaville wants to be known for? Yeah, go ahead, buy $1 million home and we're just gonna, like, screw you. Forget it. That's it, sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Shear.
My name is Mike Little, and my daughter. There's one constant with all these projects that come before the commission and that come before the city council, and it's all these bait and switch tactics by Tom Filippi himself. This is a constant that is hurting our community. He doesn't live near our community. He lives outside in a different part of town in Vacaville. He doesn't live near our side of town. So my name's Mike Little, and I wear a few hats in this community. I don't want to brag or say anything good about me, but because you know that I'm part of this community, I am a husband and father of 4. I'm a former U.S. Marine and combat veteran. Sorry, I'm emotional about this. I'm the past commander of the Vacaville Veterans of Foreign Wars. I'm usually the MC for a lot of our Veterans and Memorial Day programs in the city. I'm Vacaville Sunrise Rotarian and president-elect for our club. I'm the committee chair for the Scout Troop 488. I've served on local council campaigns. I give to a lot of charities in town with my time and my money. I live in this community and I care about what happens to it. I'm not an outside investor trying to make a buck or increase their portfolio. When asking city staff about what this was supposed to be, we were told it was not going to be apartments. We asked specifically, we have city council members say it's not going to be townhomes or apartments. Tom Filippi himself showed us duets, that was the project that he was working on, the project before with the last landowner, and look, he's the one developing the project with the new landowner. So the apartments were supposed to say future Southtown apartments. That is a city's failure, that is Redstone or Tri-Point Homes failure, and that's something that we can take up with you guys at a later date. We now understand that given current, this was before any permit should be issued, giving us all the information that possible, allowing us to make a decision based on what we were gonna buy in the community we were gonna live in. We needed that right to be able to know what was going in, and we were lied to. Council members, current mayor, Tom Filippi, city staff, when we come and ask, everybody did not say there was gonna be apartments. The original EIR from 2004 is outdated and should not be able to be used for this new project with no development agreement in place and no final map, which ended with the development agreement expiring. The Planning Commission should not reaffirm the old development agreement and EIR and make the project get their own. If the project's approved, we do have requests that are safety concerns. This whole project has a safety concern. That is what you can deny. This project is based on safety to our community, based on safety to our residents that live in this small community. That map, that 400 and something spots plus 238 apartments is double what our houses is with the same, basically the same plot of land. It's just saying, hey, we're gonna take what you guys are used to and double that. I have a lot more. We request, if this is approved based on SB 330, and only if it's approved, we are fighting it still, is that there is a wall that is consistent with all of the neighborhoods in our area. There is a beautiful brick wall, or however it's stone wall, built around the whole thing. We don't want any access to Burgundy or Scarlet from the apartments. We want them to have their own access, entrance, and exit on Leisure Town, relying on them to be able to do their own thing. This also means that we should be affecting the way that Scarlet is used and making that a one-lane road so that nobody can turn right out of there, but only turn into it. It's already a safety concern trying to get over that canal. Those CFDs that we pay, is that $2,200 now? I think that is not just what we pay. We pay almost $4,000 in special assessments, lighting and landscaping. All the extra fees that we pay should be paid by any apartment that comes in. No exceptions, no change in whatever. Yes, I know. This happened at the...
Here, though, so your time is elapsed.
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a lot more, but...
I appreciate it. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Little. Were there other members of the public who desired to address, add to public hearing? Please continue to line up.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
My name is Anthony Ward. I'm a resident at 107 Sage Sparrow Circle here in Fairfield, in Vacaville. I'm also a real estate broker as well as a property manager. Just to piggyback on everything that's been said, we know we need properties in Solano County. Not only in Solano County, throughout the Bay Area. What I've noticed just by renting properties, and every tenant is not the same, we know that. Every tenant is not the same. But we do want to be aware that when a property is rented, it does affect the neighborhood. And whenever I'm showing properties, regardless if it's a single-family residence or condominium, the clients that I represent are very cautious about where they buy their properties at. So if they see a property that's in a rental area, just from my experience that I've seen, that will deter that client to go to another neighborhood. So I think everything that's been shared, I'm not gonna just go over everything that's been shared already, but what was said was very much on point from my experience, and I suggest very, very strongly that we do not accept this program. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Ward.
Hello, my name is Patricia Atkinson, and I have been a resident of Vacaville since 1989. I only have a couple of issues. Other than I echo everything everyone else has said. The big issue for me is water. Where is it going to come from? You guys have approved a lot of homes. The board has a lot of homes everywhere. Where is this water going to materialize from? There's some aquifers we don't know about. What is going on here? I think what the prudent thing to do is put a moratorium on any kind of construction until the resources, the schools and everything else is addressed. The traffic is not addressed, not enough police. I don't know how much more money you're gonna get out of all these construction projects, but where is the money going? Because I don't see a whole lot being done otherwise. So I think maybe we should all look at the budget and see where the money is going, how it's being spent, who's getting what, where is it going? But I think the bottom line is, for me, is water. We have a drought. I don't see any landscaping plans coming up where there's more dryscaping than anything else. I think that should all be addressed. Like I said, I echo everyone else's sentiments, but that's my comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Atkinson. Were there other members of the public that wish to speak on the matter for us?
My name is Frank Wheeler. I live at 254 Junior Street in Vacaville. I got a problem, myself, I don't understand. How in the heck somebody would put a bunch of apartments around houses? That's just like building a big barn and put it there. That's what it amount to. So a genius didn't come up with this plan. It was somebody trying to make some damn money. And that's my problem. They don't give a darn about the rest of the people that live in that area. I know, I've been there since they opened up the apartments. I moved in 2015. I was on the second street that they put in houses. And I'll tell you this, my house started from the foundation. That's when I went over and purchased the house. And there was nothing about apartments. If they had, I would have moved. I wouldn't have been there. I've been a resident of this city for 36 years. I'm a Vietnam vet, but I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about people trying to take advantage of people. And what they're doing, building these big barns, is taking advantage of people. Those are not houses. Those are barns. So if you put a few houses, put a few land around and bless some corn and stuff, that's what you would have, a big barn. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Appreciate your service as well.
Hello, Commissioners. My name's Bobby Horner. I live on Ginger Street. I'll be about 3 houses down from the Burgundy Drive area. And obviously, we're all concerned about the apartments that are going to go in. And I don't want to really get into any more than that. You all know our feelings on it. I'm concerned about what the city has done leading up to this, and a lot of the pad planning as far as like the roads going in and out. I mean, we haven't finished Vanden. There's no sidewalks. We still walk on the side of the road. I'm waiting for somebody to get hit to maybe sue somebody to get you guys' attention. We're still walking on no sidewalks on Redstone. There's 1.5 acres or so that was supposed to be a parked area to kind of let people go exercise with their dogs, stretch. That hasn't been completed. The bridge on Vanden Road hasn't been widened. At what point, guys, do we start really buttoning up some of this stuff that we started? Instead, we just got the ball rolling and rolling and rolling, and nothing's getting done. And then you want to throw this apartment complex in the mix. And I'll be damned if I'm going to let these developers on our hard-earned back with all my neighbors, let them make money off of us. We're not going to do it. We're not going to tolerate it. So please consider this. Thank you.
Hello. My name's Alina Wolford, and I actually don't live in Southtown. I live in the Foxborough area, but I actually blame the city for this. I blame the planning department, because they clearly don't live in our neighborhood. They don't know that the traffic is terrible. Please do not respond. And now you have developers coming in, bringing an apartment complex, and there's no schools. The city should have required the developers to work with Travis Unified and build schools. I have a son who unfortunately does not attend Travis because Travis is a terrible school. No offense, I'm sorry, but they got rid of their Spanish immersion program. So I chose to send my kid over to Markham. But the developer over there, who's sitting there, probably doesn't care because they don't live here, should have talked to the city about building schools. Of course this city see dollars. I used to live in the Bay Area, so of course they want to be like the Bay Area. I get it. And I know at the end of this, you guys are going to approve this because the law says you have to approve it. But the city should have did more to involve the community, because you guys don't live in our community. Because I've never seen you walk the streets over there. No offense, but you guys don't either. I know you don't. You probably live over there in Browns Valley, where Browns Valley gets everything. They get everything. They want everything they need. No offense, because I think you live in that district too. Because you guys get everything. Over there in District 6 with Jeanette Wiley, we get nothing. Except for we get developers who love to come in our community because there's a wide range of land out there who want to build, and you guys say, sure, come on over. And then you're bringing renters who don't pay property taxes. I pay a lot of property taxes, and let me tell you something. You guys work for me. I don't work for you. I am your employer because my property taxes pay for all your salaries, including you guys. And you over there. So you guys should start coming to our community and seeing what we want, instead of allowing these lovely developers who don't live here, probably from Sacramento, San Francisco, come in here and say, yeah, we're gonna tell those telecommuters, come on out here and live out here because we got all this land and we're gonna build you guys apartments, pretty apartments. But the telecommuters will not spend their money here. Because guess who spends their money here? Homeowners. I spend my money here. But these renters who these people are gonna buy, in fact, I know they don't care because they don't care. All they see is dollar signs and the city says, sure, we'll give you apartments, why not? And that's what you guys have done with your lovely presentation, but you don't involve any of us in any discussions. But I know, again, at the end of this, you guys are gonna vote yes, because the law says you have to vote yes. And I guess that's what we'll have to deal with. And then I guess we'll have to go to Jeanette Wiley and the city council, and we'll have to make them work for us, because guess what? I put her in office. She didn't put me in office. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodford, and we do all live here. At least all of us up here, we all do live in Vacaville. We care. All of us sitting up here, we do all live here. I just want to make sure that everyone knows that. And we hear you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Edie Lou. My husband's prior military. He retired. We decided to move here because of my health. But we also moved here because it's security. It's nice. It's a nice, loving neighborhood. I drive through the streets. You hardly see anyone not care that a child's crossing the street. You see people waving at you when you drive by. But you're allowing this to happen is gonna turn our neighborhood, our city of Vacaville, just like Pinole, Richmond, all those other cities towards San Francisco, and they're gonna be so overly crowded. You see people almost like sardines walking through there. But the reason why we chose Vacaville is because it is more community-based. And they all care about each other. They all care about their neighbors. They try to work with one another. But doing this makes us where more strangers than we already are to some people. Please, take into consideration what everyone is saying to you guys, because you also want a community that will care for your child crossing the street, caring for you if you guys get hurt on the road and say, hey, that's my neighbor. I know where they live. Or I need to go and contact their family. The more you make our community so crowded will make us not care about our neighbors anymore. And you will lose good people that want to live in this community, in this city. And these are the people that are paying their taxes, not the people that are gonna piggyback off the homeowners. These are people that are gonna care about everything they do, who they see, what they want to invest in this community. Because I've only lived here since 2005, and I've seen so much more, and I've traveled for 20 years with my husband being in the military. And it's hard to come by a community like this. It really is. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. And I just would like to make clear that none of the members of the Planning Commission are compensated we don't get paid. We look just like you. My child goes to Markham, I'm speaking for myself. We do live in this community, and our staff are very dedicated as well. I don't know where all of them live. They're not all required to live here. But I'm just encouraging everyone to maintain civility. I know that we all care about our community. And I don't want to bottle any of your passion at all. I just want to make sure that our staff don't feel like, we are trying to, run them out of town. Now, to the extent you don't agree with their work product, let's focus on the work product. Let's not talk about where people are from. So with that, I'd like to welcome more community feedback. If there's more public comment, we want everyone to feel heard. Sir.
Can I speak again if you allow?
We
You can have my 3 minutes.
Sure, yeah, okay. I'll allow that.
Travis Butcher, round two. I think, so what I find despicable and what I learned tonight is the 7,000 new homes roughly, or our kids are being taught in hallways. I would ask any of you board members that have kids, are your kids being taught in a hallway or a closet? That's unacceptable, right? And the taxes and the Melrose taxes that we pay for you guys to plan to build a school. Are there any current plans being implemented for schools and to be built in process? We're dealing with this crisis and wanting to add on top of it with no regard for our kids. No regard. Go ahead, get taught in a hallway or a freaking janitor closet. That is despicable. We're treating our kids like that. Put all the projects, money grab, whatever city aside, and let's treat our kids right. Because like everyone said, our community, we are our neighbors. We love each other. We love our kids, right? We're a community, and that includes everyone here. Our kids should not be taught in closets and hallways just because there's too much and we don't have a place to put them. That should be priority one. All the taxes we pay, the Melrose tax, and if nothing is getting done by the city, class action lawsuits against the city will work because nothing is being done for us that we pay for it. We are paying for it and nothing is happening. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Mr. Butcher. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Marissa Flores, and I live on Crimson Circle. I have all the same concerns as my neighbors, but I wanted to go back to talking about the apartment complex itself. It's a beautiful design. It looks gorgeous, but it's just not going to fit that lot. For them to say that they're going to put extra parking on Burgundy and Burgundy Street being big enough to hold that many cars right against our neighborhood, it's just not, how do I say it? It's not gonna fit. It's just kind of showing that they're trying to put too many units in that small lot. And so if we were to have high density apartments, it should be downsized. Although we all have been lied to or feel like we've been lied to when we purchased our home, I also would not have purchased my first home and my forever home there if I knew apartments were coming there. But just the sizing in general, yes, it's beautiful. They say they meet the codes, but if you were to come to where we live and were to see where they are proposing extra parking alone just to fit their code, you would see that they're trying to fit too much in that spot. So I hope you consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Yes, ma'am.
I would like to yield my 3 minutes to Michael Little, please.
Okay.
And I'm sorry about getting emotional earlier.
So who are you, ma'am? I'm sorry.
This is Lucille Renfro.
Lucille Renfro.
She's one of our neighbors.
Ms. Renfro
Been here
yields
since
her
day
time
one. She
to-
was one of the first phases.
Okay, we'll allow that, Ms. Renfro. Thank you.
Yeah. And her grandson Joseph plays with my kids. They're used to. Sorry, I get emotional when I talk about my family. I couldn't hold back from that. But these apartments that we've keep talking about, 71 spaces on Burgundy and Scarlet, that is ridiculous. How come apartments can even say that they fit this, the code with that number when those other projects that Rich Alexander has helped with, Tom Filippi, Harbison, and then Strata, everybody parks in the public lot, the transportation hub, everybody parks over there. When I go visit my friends, which I love, I don't care about who lives where, but I have to park in the transportation hub. Same thing is gonna happen worse when Harbison is actually filled with people. There's no parking and there's no safety for our community. That has to be the first utmost thing that we need to have. 468 spaces, we already know that that's not enough We also know that if you're using all the outside spaces, you're taking up every viable resource that our small neighborhood felt. When we bought our house, you're taking that away from us. It is a safety concern, and that is what we are standing on. And that OLEDR, IER should be gone. It is ridiculous. We implore you to help us fix this situation when we were deceived by city staff, by our own developer, and please help us make this right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Council. My name is Paul Wilkins. I stay at 324 Crimson Circle. I was part of, I guess, phase 3 of the Tri-Point Home area. I also bought my house when it was just a foundation. At that time, it was our understanding that the school would be built by this time. My biggest concern with this apartment complex is the parking. I know individuals that live over there in River Run by Rayleigh's, and everyone parks by that road. Whenever I go to visit them, it's a racetrack right there in that area. I'm afraid that that exact same thing is going to happen with our Burgundy, because they don't have enough parking inside their gated community. They park outside and they walk in. I don't know if the planning was done at that time, requisition that road for that same reason, but it sounds like that's what's being happened here. I just wanted to voice my concern with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkerson. Never mind you, Commissioner Wilkerson. I'm talking to the other Wilkerson here. Thank you. Wilkinson? Wilkins. Close, but no Wilkerson. Okay. Sir? Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Mike Sickler. I live at 397 Crimson Circle. You heard from my wife earlier. Listening to everybody tonight, one of the things overall, it's affecting our quality of life. Redstone's a small community. We have our own Facebook page. Most of these people here, I know. I think my wife probably knows every dog in the neighborhood. I kid you not. Looking at apartment complexes, we were never told that. Because I was looking at moving out to Emerald in Browns Valley. And dollar for dollar, I thought I got a better dollar on the house I bought. So I decided not to move out to Emerald. And you know as well as I do, they're not going to put an apartment complex in that field as you approach Emerald. Not going to happen. That's too expensive land. It affects everybody's life. I was in construction, did a lot of it for a lot of years as a project manager. When you say high occupancy, it's smoke and mirrors. It's just wordplay. It's business. Business is business. You guys they're gonna dig deep, do what they got to do to make it work, and improve their bottom line. Because I used to do it, so I know. When you talk about engineering, they're algorithms. They're all developed by people. I work at an oil refinery now. I deal with engineers every day. I see them spend $100 million on a project. At the end of the day, it doesn't work. We shuffle it. We're making tons of money. We just move it to the side and keep on going. A lot of engineering, they can't account for the human factor. You sit and look at what people do. Hey, we can accommodate so many cars. You can't tell me if people are going to move their parents in, their grandparents, their cousins. I've got 3 cars in my house. I got a truck sitting on the side. I got a wife. My wife's got a car, and I got a car. So you can't tell me that your algorithms are perfect, because they're not. We see that every single day, especially in an oil refinery. 11 engineers, they got their place, they do great things, but at the end of the day, you can't account for people and the decisions they make and the kind of life they want to live. I've never lived in a place like Redstone. Pretty great. People look out for each other. They see my dog running out, they go grab him, they bring him back. People wave hi, at each other and things like that all day long. So just keep that in mind, I'd hate to lose what I got, At the bottom line, my house is worth $900,000. It's an investment. They build this thing, it drives my price down, it even starts to go down, I'm out. I'm gonna take my profit and walk. And other people will too. Or they'll take that investment and they'll start renting those houses. It's gonna drive everything down. So just something to think about.
Thank you, sir. Any other members of the public that would like to be heard with the hearing on item 7A? Okay. Before we close public comment, I'd like to invite the developer and their representative, if they would like to address any of the comments that came up during public comment. And we'll give you as much time as you need to clear the air, as long as it's under 9 minutes initially.
I'll keep it short.
Just keep it, I just asked to keep it short initially, and we stick around and we can.
Got it. No, we're here for questions.
Floor is yours.
And so I'm Christian Sebrian. I'm the land use counsel for this project, and I'm glad to say I'm not the only one with the tie here, so thank you. Just to be clear, I think everyone understands this, but this is a new owner of this parcel and isn't involved in this history that a lot of this dispute is about. And when the property owner here would do his due diligence to purchase this large parcel, it relies on the city standards, right? So the city has a general plan, it has a zoning code, and it is not lawful for this applicant to develop a property with less than 20 units an acre on this property site. So that limits the site planning significantly. It's true there were prior development efforts on this parcel for a different product type, and they failed. They didn't move forward, and those owners gave up and sold their property. And here, my client is a multifamily developer and operator. So he purchases to build multifamily housing, and then he holds it and is a member of the community for the long term. So he's not making a quick buck and running. He's going to be here for the long term, owning this property, making sure it's managed properly. We're moving forward with the objective standards. So there are questions about the parking. The city has parking standards, and we're meeting them. And that's our obligation under the law. And I know there's lots of concern about it, but the city's obligation is to adopt parking standards that it's comfortable with. And we move forward with those. There was concerns about who is the applicant and the status of the applicant. I don't know the current status of Teakin Associates in California, but the applicant, and I confirmed while I was sitting back there, the applicant for both, as identified on my letters, and also that is on the preliminary application, also the formal development application is TA Leisure Town LLC. And so, so I don't think there's an issue there as far as forfeiture of an applicant. You have the property owner and the applicant is TA Leisure Town LLC, and that's my client. The other issues, I think there's a discussion about the prior DA that expired and how potentially all the tentative maps and final maps, et cetera, expire with it. That was probably true for tentative maps. I think in this case, we own a single parcel and we aren't applying for a subdivision. We don't need we aren't applying for a tentative map or any sort of subdivision line. We have a parcel and we're going to develop a single parcel. If the final maps that have been recorded under that DA were terminated, I don't know. I think the state would jump in on that because suddenly no one would own any property that is in these neighborhoods that have developed because their lots would disappear. So I don't think that's a remedy that's available. It would probably, under the Subdivision Map Act, once you get past your 10-day review by the county recorder, those legal lots exist and they're there for good. The other points that there are probably other issues, and feel free to ask me. I'm not covering what you'd like me to address, but there were privacy concerns were raised. We're building the height limit. Again, it's sort of, we have to achieve our density. We're going to 3 stories, that's permitted by your code. It may be new for this community, but it's not, it is a common interface, and this project has been designed intentionally, which I know is still not acceptable to many people in this room, but there has been an effort to transition to the higher density product in the middle of the site, with the frontage being the lower intensity townhome product. And so that was intentional to provide that transition. I know that's not satisfactory to many people, but the developer was making an attempt to address those concerns about the more intense use that the city has decided is appropriate on this location. We're following city direction to build over 20 units an acre, and we can't go under that.
Christian, can I just, I hate to interrupt you, but you are referencing the objective standards, which is proper, and I appreciate it. I'm curious if you have, here, were there alternatives that they looked at as to the privacy issues? Because it sounds like there were some frontage adjustments made by the developer. Were there other alternatives that were a little more attentive to some of the concerns that were raised that just were discarded? I'm just curious.
I will admit I was
We'll
not
give you another minute for that.
I was not in the room for the design discussions with staff, but it would be difficult not to have any 3-story windows. I mean, I think that would be not a acceptable product, and I probably wouldn't meet code because bedrooms have to have a window. And so that's my rough take on that, but I wasn't involved in those discussions.
Thank you.
And if there are any other issues, obviously, the city's obligation is to apply objective standards, and the Housing Accountability Act is a very precise definition of what that means. It means no reasonable dispute at all, quantifiable, point to a code, point to a sentence, and no one could ever disagree what that means. And so that's what we're moving forward with tonight. And we made attempts to meet the code. The staff agrees we've met the codes and the objective standards. I know that creates a lot of disagreement in this room, but my applicant was relying on what the direction the city gave on how to build this project. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to hop back up. The applicant himself, Mark Teakin's in the room if you'd like to speak. If you have any specific questions there, the project engineer is here as well as the architectural team.
Thanks, Christian.
Yep.
And we're gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna allow Vice Chair Fortney and others that might have questions.
Sure.
Thank you, while you're here.
Remember, I'm just a lawyer.
Yeah, I know Mr. Alexander's not here, and he's done some other projects in town. Can you describe to everybody here the on-site management that the applicant uses for their other projects in regards to amount of vehicles per unit?
I can let Mark speak to that as far as operational concerns. I mean, I know he makes a good product, and I haven't heard for the projects I've worked with him in other cities any concerns about disruption, but I can't respond to that.
Yeah, if you're available, if somebody's available, talk about the on-site management. I know Mr. Alexander has in the past.
Is it okay if they sit at the table here? Is that?
I'm happy to just stay on the side.
Yeah, just stick around though, please.
I'm not staying.
We're still, okay.
Actually, okay, hang on, Ms. Minion.
I just need 30
We actually
seconds.
were gonna have the developer get a moment. Could you, because we're actually in the middle of their presentation. Do you mind,
Okay,
can we
I
just
can wait.
let them, because I'm pausing for because we're doing some orchestrating here. Please, Mr. Tinkin.
Mark Teakin, sorry that Rich Alexander's not here, so my face might be new to you guys, but would you repeat your question again, please?
Talk about the on-site management.
Sure. Once we're up and operational, yeah. So on-site management would consist of a community director, assistant community director, a maintenance supervisor, 2 maintenance techs. We would also probably have 2 leasing and administrative staff members. So like Christian mentioned, we're not merchant builders. We build, hold for at least 10 years. So we have designed a project that we believe will be feasible to operate efficiently, long term. It's not a get it built and see if you can sell it. So we're pretty heavily focused on making sure that these communities will function and run smoothly. Obviously, one of the worst things that can happen to the operations is for somebody to come home and not have a parking stall, right? So we've noticed portfolio-wide with our projects that, you know, previously cities, it seemed like municipalities were often requiring, say, 1.5 to 1.75 stalls per unit. That usually doesn't do it. And so, you know, 1.85 is a good target for us. I think on this project, we're actually close to 2.0. So that is definitely something that we're mindful of, not just from a city requirement standpoint. We look at that in so much as saying, hey, look, when people come home, if they can't find a parking stall, it's one of the first reasons they leave, right? And then obviously, when you build them with 1.5 parking stalls per unit, it's a hard problem to fix, right? So we try and design around that issue up front. I know a lot of people aren't excited about our project, but we do think we've designed a project that's viable and it's going to operate very well, and we think it's a quality project. I hope that answers. If you have any other specific questions, yeah.
And I don't think I caught your name.
Mark Teakin.
Mark
with
Teakin.
Teakin and
So
Associates.
this is your company?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'm just trying to sort through some questions that were asked about earlier, and so if we could just get it sounds like your attorney helped us understand the TA Leisure Town Group is the LLC.
Sure.
Where are you based? Are you here in town? Are you?
So we have a couple different offices, one in Rockland, California, one in Frisco, Texas.
Okay.
Yep.
And you're the operator you'll be the operator for this project as well as others around the country, or?
So we do have a management group, outsourced, management group that comes with, what they believe is a lot of oversight. But yeah, we will operate. We are actively involved in the daily operations.
You're the general partner on this project.
Say again, please.
So you're the general partner on this project.
I'm the owner.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Because you mentioned investors, so I don't know what that.
I don't have a limited partner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Terrific. So it sounds like we're good for this project's finances, or not, but the ownership is, if there's a typo as the APN, can you speak to that? Or is that a question for someone else?
Okay, a typo as to the APN, I'm not aware of. I think that the APN is actually listed correctly in the.
Yeah, I think that'd be pretty quick to clarify the APN. I'm not sure if it's correct or not in the staff report, but it's available on the city's GIS system.
Yes, there's a reference in the staff report to the correct APN. On occasion, sometimes there may be clerical errors in the notification, which is why we provide two descriptions. One is an APN, and then one is a description about where it's located. And so what you'll find in the notice and what you'll find in our staff report in the presentation, it's at the northwest corner of Leisure Town Road and Redstone Parkway, just in case there is an issue with those numbers.
So it sounds like in plain people speak, I'm a plain person, though I made the mistake of wearing a tie to this meeting. I am from Vacaville, I promise. And the hottest day of the year, I'm aware of it. But belts and suspenders approach is to list the APN as well as the project summary description. Is that what you're saying?
Correct, yeah. We have two different approaches to make sure that the information's correct. One is a verbal description about where it is generally geographically located.
Mm-hmm.
And then one is a reference number that the assessor's office holds. And those numbers tend to change. I'm not saying that this number changed. It's possible that was a clerical administrative error that was done, but that's why we have a geographic location associated with the project description. So that way people who don't know what an assessor's parcel number is, they know what the geographic location is.
Okay. And the law requires both or just one?
It requires a description about where it's located.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rinal. I have Commissioners Rudin and Wilkerson. I'm going to start with Commissioner Rudin and then Commissioner Wilkerson. Thank you.
So back to parking, which is obviously going to be a very, very contentious part. So there's 468 parking spots for 263 units. That's not 2 to 1. That's more 1.77 to 1. And some of those are off-site. So who Mr. Alexander had mentioned that that he's very strict with making sure that it's in the contract, how many cars. Who monitors that?
Yeah, so I would like to address that. I think if I'm understanding correctly, I think maybe, Matt, you said 263 units. We're actually proposing 236 units. So I do believe we're hitting
My
the
fault.
two.
Transpose number.
Just to be, but the on-site management team is trained in that. So we have, like I said, a tiered structure of management.
No, I'm not worried about management. I'm asking who is monitoring how many cars people have, where they park. Because if it's gonna be off-site parking, well, there's an existing neighborhood there where there's already people parking. And so you say you worry about when people come home and they don't have a parking spot. I think the people who are already living there would also like that consideration afforded as well. So who monitors? If your contract says you can have no more than 2 cars per unit, or however your contract's worded, who enforces that? And how is that enforced?
That would be enforced by the on-site management team through the tiered management. So we have a whole group of people that's watching the property. That'd be an operational issue, right?
Do they get fined if they have 3 cars? I mean, if you have a 3-unit apartment, how many cars are they allowed?
I'm not aware of fines being imposed at any of our current communities, but I do think that, look, if we haven't had that big of a problem with it. If it did become an issue, then I think that assigned parking stalls would probably be implemented, and we could potentially go as far as a fine. I think that it's probably frustrating for the residents to receive a fine, but I do think that the enforcement is important. So we have not had to implement assigned parking because we're, targeting a higher parking count per unit than oftentimes is required. So we have not implemented that, but if it did become an issue, we would address it.
Well, I think we can pretty much guarantee it will be an issue. I mean, let's be realistic. A lot of the people that are going to be living there will be commuting. If you have a 1-bedroom apartment, you can have a married couple there, and there's 2 cars in a 1-bedroom apartment. If you have a 3-bedroom apartment, you could have roommates, so you could have upwards of 3, possibly even 4 cars. That's not being accounted for. I understand that you're working within what the city's requirements are, and that's a whole other issue there. But it is a very serious concern to the people who are already living there. I mean, they're very vocal about that, and it's, yeah. Okay, so you don't have, you have management, but there's no fines. They'll get a letter saying.
I guess what I would say is I probably don't, I would trust the management team. If it became an issue, but I would trust the management team to implement whatever issues need. If there becomes a parking issue, I'm not gonna micromanage them to the extent that I would tell them you need to go find. They would probably propose a solution. We have not had to implement fines yet. We have also not had to assign parking stalls. It hasn't come to that. So, but again, only because we're designing to usually a 2.0 to 1. I do think that when people are designing to 1.5 or 1.75, which a lot of merchant builders do, I do think there are issues.
And, I just want to make sure that we're saying within the bounds of what the public hearing is. So we're exploring hypotheticals right now. We're not asking you to commit to anything, and we're just trying to understand the project better, and we appreciate you being, flexible on your feet with our questioning. Sorry to interrupt, Commissioner Rudy, and it's... If you have a targeted, tailored question to ask me, you can ask me a question and I can relay it.
So do they have parking permits that they will issue when they issue their lease agreements? And number 2, says that they've never had any issue with enforcing these parking issues before, but have they ever dumped an apartment complex in the middle of the neighborhood before?
Okay, so, and this is the public hearing is the opportunity for us to vet these issues, and so I think as a commissioner, my question really would be as to your licenses. your licenses that you enter into with each, that your operations enters into with each tenant? Is there restrictive language in there about parking or enforcement? Because then I assume that you're talking about, and speaking on these hypos, you have some experience in your other communities that you're leaning on, so you're not necessarily saying that they're all the same, but these are hypos.
So I guess I would say that obviously there would be community policies put in place, and I think that if somebody was violating community policies, they would in effect be in violation of their lease agreement. I'm not an attorney, so I don't know what legal ramifications there are there, but I can tell you that we did try and provide a transition of density that came with a lot of two-car side-by-side garages, right? So a lot of these units, the 2 and 3 bedroom units, actually have their own dedicated direct access two-car side-by-side garage with a front yard, right? So it's more of a townhome type feel. I don't think that we're going to experience much of a parking issue with those units. I think it's pretty clear, whose parking is who's there. The covered parking would be assigned and would be charged. Uncovered parking, we want to make sure that people that, may not want to choose or might not be able to afford to pay for a parking stall would be able to freely park, as close to their unit or their home as possible, right? So we have not had issues where we've had to actually designate specific parking stalls for specific residents that was not covered or not part of a garage in any of our communities to date. If there became a parking issue at this community, I trust that our on-site management team would come up with an accessible solution. If they didn't, we would see to it that it was remedied. So,
And it sounds like your assumptions that you're making are based on the fact that the pro forma relies on a certain capacity. So if you have parking sucks in your community, people are going to stop buying, wanting to, and so are you, is that what?
Yeah, so,
the basis of the assumptions you're making about trusting?
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I got a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old, and they see Sesame Street all the time. I'm kind of hard of hearing. Can you speak up a little bit?
yeah, absolutely. Sorry if you can't hear me there. So,
And then it is Commissioner Wilkinson's turn.
Hearing, man, with little kids, it's going quicker than I want it to.
So we haven't talked a whole lot. I know the public doesn't like this project. There is actually a great set of amenities that comes with this project, but one of the biggest amenities that not for them, I understand. One of the things we try to offer in our communities is service as an amenity to the resident living there. Good service in and of itself is an amenity. So making sure that people have a place to park and that people are being attended to, good maintenance, things like that. So parking is very important to us. I know you all feel that we're underparked. I've built communities, I can tell you, where we built them and the city said, hey, you're not allowed to put more than 1.5 parking stalls per unit, and it's a problem. And 2 stalls we have an internal minimum of 1.85, just for our own operational issues. Here we're over that. We think that a 2-to-1 is a healthy parking ratio. Once you start getting over, say, 2 stalls per unit, you start running into densities that are probably more like 14, 16 units to the acre. So it's a different, to maintain density and parking, right, they're bumping up against each other. So in a high density district, operationally at an apartment complex, 2-to-1, from what we've seen, works well. And it accommodates tenants so that they're not able to not find a parking stall, so that they will stay and enjoy their time with the community.
Okay.
In our experience.
Thank you for speaking on that hypo. Commissioner Wilkerson, and then Commissioner Vargas, and then I'm gonna try to move toward closing public comments so we can move this along.
Does your on-site staff, will they live on-site as well?
At least 1, if not 2, will, yes.
Okay, so the others will have to find housing somewhere else or live outside
The others will have the option to, but not the requirement.
Okay. Regarding, parking, you don't, hypothetically, up Scarlet, do you have any idea where that would be exactly?
Say again, please.
Up Scarlet Street, I believe we spoke about parking could potentially be placed on Scarlet. Do you have any idea of where exactly that would be? Did I miss that in the staff report? My question is, as we turn in off of Leisure Town, where would the designation be quickly? Obviously, we know Leisure Town is a slow road that people take very slowly, and the corner and, you know, a certain designation of space, to me, would be very much important. So if we have that, if I missed it, I apologize, Albert, if you could just quickly, and then sir, please don't go away, I have a few more questions for you.
Okay, this is based off of the site plan that was provided by the applicant along this, one second. Along this stretch of Burgundy Street, between this entrance and Redstone Parkway, there is identification of 17. Between the entrance on Burgundy and Scarlet, there's identification of 16.
You talking 16 spaces?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Between Scarlet and Leisure Town Road, it appears there's an identification of possibly 5 plus, so 16 also. And then on the opposite side of Scarlet, across the street, I think there is 19 identified.
I may have missed it, but I wanted to make sure is there a way that, because of where that property is, that we couldn't, I'm just concerned about that corner right there with kids playing, especially who would potentially live in the apartment complex. And secondly, while he's looking that up, Christian, on page 4 of the letter you wrote, you stated that, I'm moving down a little bit, but it says the lender underwrote the loan assuming a tax burden of $3,550 a unit, while the CFD 11 would raise the tax burden to over $5,000 a unit. This would appear to be the highest tax burden per unit of rental project ever approved by the city. The failure to approve the project's construction loan would result in the project not being constructed. Is that what you guys are stating?
That's my understanding from the letter from the current construction lender that we are working with, that blows up the underwriting for that loan.
Who is do we know who that is?
Yes, did I bring it up with you? I think it was East West Bank.
Okay,
It was attached, it should have been provided.
So that bank says that they couldn't do it. Have we looked into other financing opportunities or options? If they're not able to fund and underwrite it, have you looked into other options, or are they giving the best rate and the best terms? And I get it, I understand it, I'm just curious that because of the conditional approval, let's say we attach it on, and then now we have a developer telling us, hey, it's gonna cost me too much money to build it.
Right, and that's part of our concern with being asked to join the CFD, because the applicant, wasn't made aware of that expectation until well into processing and not at the front end of processing. It's not in your fee table.
Flippy knows that.
I might insist.
Well, to that end, I think Mr. Felipe has worked on projects that have entered into CFD 11 before. Those were during the life of the DA, and I believe his understanding, I can't speak for him, was that the DA was the reason why that was required, and that's what the staff report the city had for the DA extension said, and that's what the EIR says as well.
Right. But so, to clarify, have there been any other lender options been looked into, or is the bank that you've chosen the one that you're gonna go with?
I'll let Mark speak to that, but I do know this has been a short time frame, so I doubt that he's been able to get another loan underwritten at this time.
So then that would potentially, if the project was approved and the CFDW 11 was yes, and it moved up, you're stating that you would not move forward with the project.
I'm sorry, you had a couple questions there. I want to make sure I answer, and I understand them and answer them. The first one was, you said, hey, have you looked into alternate financing in the last week? I have not in specifics, but I can tell you that the lending community in general underwrites loans the same. They have a similar policy. You know, they're going to take it, the tax burden, it constrains the net operating income of the property. So I think you're going to have very similar underwriting standards throughout most commercial banks. Your second question was, if you'd repeat it, please.
This is approved with the condition that the tax burden would be too much for you to build.
I think the tax burden would be, it would constrain the net operating income to a point where we would not be able to finance the construction.
Is that because of the type of loan you're getting? So could you put more down? Or could you come with more money out of pocket?
I think that we're looking for financing that is probably, in terms of the market, already low leverage, if that makes sense.
Yes. Okay.
Mr. Tika, thank you very much for your time. As you can see, the commission received an immense amount of correspondence from the Southtown community. But in particular, there was a letter that was provided by one of the individuals of the Friends of Southtown via law offices of Mark Wasser. And I want to ask a question to verify if these forfeited status is correct. So on the third paragraph of the letter, it says a review of state records discloses that Teagan and Associates LLC is in forfeited status by the California Franchise Tax Board. Is that true?
You know, thank you, Commissioner Vargas and Council. I just want to give you a chance to, have you seen the letter?
I have not seen the letter.
Okay, I wouldn't want to speak on something without having seen it as a lawyer, and I think, you know, you're more than entitled. It's out of fairness, here you go. And you don't have to answer that question right now. We can.
Well, what I can answer right now is I don't think it's relevant whether Teagan and Associates is forfeited because it is not the applicant. And so I think that's the simple answer for me. To be clear, it is in the staff report. I think that happens quite frequently with planning applications where a related entity is often listed because maybe a business card or the website address has that name, but it's not the actual legal entity, the actual person under the law that is making the application. And if you look at our actual forms turned in, that is not the entity listed.
Thank you.
And it's on my letter too. Like I didn't say Teagan Associates. I said the applicant, which is TA Leisure Tent.
We understand who the applicant
right.
is based on the context of his attorney writing us. Absolutely. Sure.
Right, and it's on the applications to the city.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think it's not relevant to your decision tonight. Your decision tonight is whether we comply with objective standards and whether this project should move forward. It is not whether that could be a litigation if they think that we don't have the legal right to submit an application and the city could do its diligence on that, saying, hey, did the right owner sign? That's a fair question. I can represent that the actual owner of the property signed that application.
Okay. It sounds like council can represent that the owner of the property signed the application to the extent the owner of the property is a going concern, not in forfeiture status. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like that's what I'm hearing.
That's right. Again, Teagan Associates is not the applicant. And so whether or not it has forfeiture status, which may be corrected shortly or not, but that's a entity. It is not the entity that made this application.
Thank you, Christian. And I want to say that I will reserve any legal opinions to our council for legal advice. I will note that our subject matter jurisdiction is certainly not the Secretary of State's website, and who is and who is not in forfeiture. We have a planning imperative, and we understand what's material to our decisions. I appreciate you pointing it out, absolutely. And I would add to that, you know, our jurisdiction is absolutely not the things that were necessarily brought up in this letter. it's relevant today just because it's been brought to us. The letter's directed to the Planning Commission, so that's why we are wanting to learn a little bit more about it. And we defer to our lawyer, like smart people, should defer to their attorneys. Andrea, do you have anything to add about this before we move forward?
Well, first I would add is, city staff is not prepared to give a legal opinion on correspondence we're receiving from another law office during the Planning Commission. However, the applicant is an active Delaware corporation and is in good standing with the Secretary of State, California Secretary of State, and the Franchise Tax Board.
Excellent work, thank you. Commissioner Vargas, I didn't mean to wrap up your questioning. Did you have other questions for public? Thank you very much. We will resume the applicant's minute and 57 seconds.
Is there a pending question?
Not for me, but I want to, if you guys have, if you'd like to add more to your presentation, anything you'd like to say, floor is yours.
If there's any points you feel have been left unaddressed, I'm happy to respond, or someone else on the team.
Okay.
I think I made the points I was hoping to make. I know there's also a lot of discussion about schools. I think some of that conversation should not be directed to this commission, but to the school district, and there is a state law that has been on the books for quite some time now that explains how new development mitigates its school impacts, and we are complying with that law.
Thank you. And have you had a chance, well, so I would certainly invite the applicant. You can, you're fine to hang out there. You guys can take your seat. We're gonna resume public comment. Or we're gonna just wrap up public hearing, and then we're gonna move to we're gonna close public hearing after your question, ma'am. And we'll move forward with the commission action on this item.
On the map, you see turning off of Leisure Town onto Scarlet. That's where they want to have all their parking, their off-site parking. I don't know if you're aware of it, but there will have to be a right turn lane put in there. When we make our right turn onto Scarlet, we are partially in the inside lane. We can't get completely over to make a right turn. So it's not a safe place to make a right turn unless there's going to be put in a nice turn lane there. And that's part of the bank of the creek. So I don't know who has jurisdiction over that or who's going to end up having to pay for that. Because within a week, you're going to have somebody killed there. Yes.
And ma'am, I'm sorry, can we get your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. Gloria Dobbins.
Gloria
I live on
Dobbins.
Crimson.
Okay, and so you're talking about the map.
The map that you're looking at right here. You see Scarlet on the right. When you make your right turn off of Leisure Town onto Scarlet, there is no right turn area there. You're partially, you get as far as over as you can, but half your car is still in that far right lane.
Gotcha.
It is absolutely not a safe place for tons of cars doing that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. I thank the public for each of the comments. We're going to close the public hearing.
I just wanted to remind the commission that we do have the city's traffic engineer with us tonight. If there are questions specific about street demands, how these streets are laid out, and in particular that most recent question.
Yeah, I mean, what I'd like to do is to bring this issue back to is to bring the commission in so that the commission, members of the commission have specific questions. I think we've got a ton of feedback from the public for us to ask questions about. And we would just, in the interest of getting the commission to start deliberating this, We would definitely invite the applicant, the engineer, everyone who the commission might have questions for to stick around. But unfortunately, we're going to have to close the public hearing, move this item forward. So with that,
Chair Klein, prior to closing public comment, I would encourage you to offer open public comment to anyone that has not yet commented tonight.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's why we wanted to keep public hearing open. So is there anyone in the public that has not spoken that'd like to be heard on the issue? Yes, ma'am, please step forward.
My name is Terrellyn Renfro. I am resident of 125 Scarlett Street. I echo the comments of all of the people prior to me that are in my neighborhood. I'd like to yield the remaining 3 minutes to Alicia Minion if she would like to speak.
Ms. Minion, if you'd like to step forward for the remaining 2 minutes and 40 seconds of Ms. Renfro's time.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say, I have a copy of the planning application. The applicant is Teakin and Associates. So Teakin and Associates is basically the managing member, the parent, and maybe Mark Teakin can come up and he could just tell us what business name is on his business card. Teakin and Associates is the managing member, and then they have subsidiaries. Each subsidiary, like TA Leisure Town LLC, it's just created to hold the real estate, has no employees. Teakin and Associates is likely the managing member to TA Leisure Town, making decisions on behalf of TA Leisure Town. So Teakin and Associates is the parent, and each affiliate, one of which is TA Leisure Town. Teakin and Associates cannot do business in California based on California law if the Franchise Tax Board has them in a forfeited status. I know what you're saying, the Planning Commission normally doesn't care, but if this is the case, they cannot do business. And it's really obnoxious that they're dismissing their legal responsibility in conducting business in California. And I think they need to come back up here and explain where it is Teakin and Associates on the organizational chart versus TA Leisure Town that may or may not hold the asset, because nobody has proof. There's no deed or any proof that title's been perfected in this property, okay? But I think it's really important because the city should not be entertaining this company if they're not supposed to be doing business. And so I implore you, maybe take a recess and look it up, but it doesn't matter if they're in good standing in any other state, whether it be Texas or Delaware. What matters is here in California. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jeanette Wiley, and I live in this neighborhood. And I just have one question for clarification. Because parking is such an issue, and because they did say that there are 2 parking spaces in each garage, I just wanted to know if that was part of the computation for the parking spaces. Because oftentimes, you know, there could be 2-car garages full of stuff and not cars. So I just wanted that clarified. And the fact, I do walk a lot in the neighborhood, and Scarlett is a narrow street. So if you have parking on both sides, that really will be an issue with people taking a quick turn there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman Wiley. I'm going to ask Ms. Owens to just like hang out closer to the front of the room. This is the city's traffic engineer. So I think you're gonna be popular, definitely during our deliberations. I'm just gonna so would the commission like to hear from, on parking before we bring this back, or would you like to hear from this, on parking during public hearing? If there's any.
Just wanted to add one point of clarification for one of those questions. And the parking calculation does identify the covered parking spaces in those garages as part of the calculation.
Okay,
it does.
And Ms. Owens, would that be your opinion as well? No?
She can do Scarlett.
Oh, okay, we're gonna ask Gwen to come down.
Excuse me, Chair Klein, if you've completed public comment, you can go ahead and close public comment at this point.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna close public comment, and we're gonna move this to, commission deliberation. And please just hang out, Gwen. Can I, entertain, do we need to entertain a motion and then, open discussion on this, or is it fine to just, move to close and move forward?
However the chair sees appropriate, you can proceed with discussion prior to a motion or following a motion.
And so this is the moment I've been trying to kind of avoid, because I think that there might be a change that may or may not be, I don't know what motion will be made, right? We do have a recommendation from staff about what motion should be made. The commission might have an idea about making a different motion. So I'll just use my privilege to move forward with your comments first, and then we'll entertain a motion. Gwen, if you don't mind.
Okay, so with regards to parking on site,
We have closed public comment, and we're now moving into our commission discussion, the planning commission discussion. To kick off for discussion, we're inviting traffic engineer Gwen Owens to provide a response as to the city councilwoman's question specifically, and then if there are other questions that we have around this exciting topic on parking and traffic, we have the woman of the hour here.
okay, so once again, regarding the requirements for parking on site, that's a community development requirement, so it's not something that traffic actually addresses. But once you are going southbound on Leisure-Town and when you make a right on Scarlett, there will be a distance that you will not be able to park, because what the resident said is correct. When you're coming southbound, you need to have extra room to be able to make the right turn. So there will be a few parking spots that apparently that they accounted for that will not be usable.
Thanks, Gwen.
Okay.
And so I just want to make sure Councilman Wiley's question was answered, or Jeanette Wiley's question was answered correctly, or to your satisfaction?
No, I don't know if garage parking is counted in the 460.
Okay.
That's my question.
Albert?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Appreciate it. Okay.
That was actually my question. To Scarlett.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of leaving a space of cars. The matter is, there is no right turn lane there. You have to turn from the inside lane onto Scarlett.
Right, and I think right, so in other words, if you look at the intersection of Redstone and Leisure-Town, it's materially different in design than the plan at Scarlett and Leisure-Town. That's what you're saying. Yeah. And so that's a different matter than just having a no parking sign leading up to Scarlett. Okay, so we will take that into our considerations in our discussions here.
And also, who's going to be paying for it?
That's not what, so, okay, so I
Because it shouldn't be our community if they're setting up their apartment building. It shouldn't be on our cost and our taxes, because we didn't want this. They're the ones who want it, so they should pay for everything that they need.
And I do recommend that you turn to your elected council members. That's their subject matter jurisdiction.
But aren't you part of our elected council?
So we are not elected. We are appointed in our area of expertise is planning and zoning. And so that's not a.
Excuse me. Chair Klein, if you want to continue to have public comment and keep the public hearing open, you would need to reopen that. This discourse between the public and staff is not being captured as part of our record right now. So if you would like to reopen, it's at the chair's discretion to do that. However, I would encourage you to facilitate a public hearing that's recorded.
And everyone, I'm trying to balance. I know that there's a lot of passion here, and I'm not telling people, I'm not using my gavel. I'm just trying to be civil. So I want to definitely capture your concerns and not just gloss over them. And I don't want to open public comment again because we're going to have to move this forward. But you have absolutely been heard, everyone has.
Well, what happens if there's questions for the traffic? Like, my question is, they're talking about turning to the right there, but you're going 50 miles an hour and there's a bridge right there. You've already had 2 cars go through our fence. And we live in that house on that corner, specifically right there, and 2 cars have gone through that concrete fence. You wanna come to my house? I'll show you.
Okay, so ma'am, what we're gonna do is reopen for the limited purpose of just focusing on this one limited issue so that we can dispense with these issues in 10 minutes, max. So we'll reopen public comment for the balance of 10 minutes, and everyone can have up to 1 minute to speak on this specific issue, up to 10 minutes. So ma'am, I would invite you, if you have a public comment, to give it, and Ms. Owens, our traffic engineer, is here.
Okay, my name is Heather Shear. I live on Purple Martin Drive, right there on the corner. So when you're coming right over that bridge, right where the waterway is, and you're gonna make that turn on Scarlet, people are going 50 miles an hour right there. 50 miles an hour. Since we've been in that home, they've had to take it and put that median in right there, and 2 cars have gone through our concrete fence on that street. They haven't slowed down the speed limit, they've actually increased the speed limit right through there. So 50 miles an hour, and you're just gonna what, slam on the brakes and turn? So that's my question, and it was directly just to the traffic situation.
Okay, thank you. And we'll keep the questions moving.
Yay, more time. So the parking traffic issues, right? That's traffic, adding 2, there's no way that 2 cars, 1 on each side, plus us being able to drive down it, is gonna be able to work. Code should be allowed everything to be built inside, not taking up all the rest of the city streets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Christina Butcher again from Crimson Circle. I always take that exit to turn right on Scarlet because I feel like it's shorter distance to my house. My husband says he doesn't want to take it because it's too fast to turn, slow down. It's faster to just go down and take the other way down Redstone to turn into our house. I purposely slow down ahead of time, but cars get mad at me and start honking their horn. So to say that, everyone, that's another entrance for people to park on for this complex is just ridiculous, and it's a safety issue too. You're taking up the spot in that lane, and it's already causing an issue right now. I just want to point that out because I do take that right turn, and it's an issue.
Thank you, Ms. Butcher. And Ms. Liu, if you want to come down and speak, there's still time. Ms. Minion has another minute on parking. Just parking.
Oh, I thought it was, yeah, that intersection?
Yes, just traffic and parking.
Yes,
Excuse me.
okay,
Yeah.
so, really quickly, when I'm going towards Fairfield and then I take Scarlet and I make a right, people are on my tail going 65 miles an hour. It's so scary. And so you have to, give enough lead time, and then when you turn, you actually can't just, you need a lot of space to turn because everything is so fast and everybody's on you. They're gonna just rear end you. So if there's parking on both sides, everybody's gonna be ramming into those cars. And that's why the EIR required mitigation monitoring of that whole section, because the EIR was done, Jepson Parkway had not been constructed. And so every year there's supposed to be mitigation monitoring of traffic. I didn't see the results of those in the staff report. And that's another reason why the Department of Transportation had said that, this was like it was unmitigated. It couldn't be mitigated at all. So yeah, that's a freeway. You can't turn, we won't be able to turn right on Scarlet anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Minion.
Okay, my name is Amy Lou, and we're talking about the road.
We're talking about parking and
The
any
street
related traffic
access
issues,
to
or traffic
Scarlet.
and any related parking issues for the
Correct.
limited purpose of safety.
Correct. If it's a safety issue, And if there is a turning lane there, why should it be up to the community that's already established, that have single-family homes, pay for that issue when it's because of the apartment building that's gonna be coming up? I don't feel like I should have to pay for it, let alone they're trying to have us pay for, we're paying the HOAs, we're paying the Melrose, and they're planning on not having any apartment member pay for any of that. And they're saying that we have no access to so-called pool and all their stuff, but they have access to what we pay, which is the public park, which is the fire station area, and we're supposed to have all those amenities open to the public in our area. I don't want to pay for it. My husband doesn't want to pay for it. He's already retired. He's working another job with the FAA. Why do we have to go pay again for something that we didn't want? Yes, if they were going to go fix it and have an access road right now, before this issue about an apartment building coming up, then fine, I'll pay for it. But because of this issue, that is an issue. Everybody has accommodated to going into Scarlet, risking their lives going in. I personally bypass it because I don't want to die. But I'm just saying, I am willing, we already paid for the other access into Redstone. Why do we now, to accommodate the apartment building, have to go, if the road has to be fixed that way, pay for that? We shouldn't have to, ever. Because nothing got done when we lived there. Nothing got done. We requested for it, and nothing got done.
Thank you, Ms. Liu.
So I'm just saying.
We appreciate your passion. Thank you. But I will remind everyone, this is parking and traffic.
Yep, I know. Question on parking, if the 2 parking spots in the garages are part of the number of parking spots, what happens then when they fill up that garage and they cannot park their cars in there, and then they take more spaces up on our streets to compensate for that, number one? Number two, somebody asked me to also bring up the bike lane issue. There are bike lanes all over the place there. What's gonna happen when that all gets turned into parking and takes over the bike lanes? Question.
Thank you for staying on topic.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So we're gonna close the public comment on this limited purpose of safety, traffic, parking. I do want to offer, for fairness, to offer the developer and his representative, if there's anything that you would like to address before we turn to our staff on this topic.
I think it'd be appropriate for the traffic engineer to address.
Okay, I just want to offer, we want to be absolutely fair about this. Ms. Gwen.
Okay, Gwen Owens again, Public Works. So I wrote notes, so I'll just generally talk. If I miss something, feel free to ask me. So basically, the issue with Purple Martin and southbound right turning from Leisuretown to Purple Martin, it's not part of this project. It's a separate and distinct issue. If there's an issue, they can contact us. We can evaluate it and look at it. We receive, requests and complaints all the time. Once again, with the right turn from southbound Leisuretown Road onto Scarlet, there will have to be an area of no parking just so that you can safely enter into Scarlet. You can't park all the way up to the intersection. That's pretty standard.
And that'll be marked.
It'll be marked no parking with signs, absolutely. Because otherwise, if it's not signed, and we don't do red curb typically anymore, only because of maintenance, if it's not signed, people will park there. Okay, so then the mitigation monitoring of the traffic that was apparently in the EIR in the 2004, I'm assuming that was because of the fact that at the time, Leisuretown Road was ultimately going to be Jepson Parkway, it was going to be a 4-lane, then ultimately a 6-lane. And my understanding, my assumption, because I haven't read the 2004 EIR, is basically the monitoring of when that's going to be 4 lanes, a 4-lane roadway. We do have STA, which is Solano Transportation Authority, does do a congestion management plan that we look at the level of service for major roadways within Vacaville. Actually, they do it for all of Solano County. That plan is supposed to be done on a 2-year basis. Last time it was done is 2019, and it hasn't been updated only because of a couple things. One, because of COVID, and that kind of just changed how everything's done. And then number 2, we went from the metric of level of service for CEQA to VMT, and STA is trying to figure out what are we doing with the congestion management plan. So basically, there's not a plan to put a turn lane on southbound Leisure Town for Scarlet. You have a channel right there, and so there would have to be some significant improvements for that to be a right turn pocket to be put in there. They do have the alternative option of going down to Redstone. So personally, when I drive, if I'm driving on a high-speed freeway road that I have to turn, I turn on my blinker, start slowing down, and if I have other options, I actually do other options if I feel uncomfortable. With regards to the parking in the garages and filling up with their stuff, I'll have to defer that to planning. So my understanding, though, is that that's part of how they manage. You have your identified parking, but Albert will finish that. The other thing is, if we have bike lanes, we will not take away bike lanes to add parking. Typically, bike lanes are, unless the street's wide enough, typically bike lanes are put on streets that don't have front-ons. There are several streets within Vacaville that they do have wide enough streets that they have for front, that they have driveways, that they have enough space for parking and bike lanes. So I think I got everything. Is there anything that I missed or want me to add? Yes.
Quickly discuss the, we had a constituent talk about, she has a child with a disability, and I would like to know previously what has the city done regarding putting information up and helping alert people who are driving through that area regarding this issue?
So to tell you the truth, studies have been done, multiple studies over like many years. And when you put up a sign, you know, whether it's a deaf child or blind child, there's not good compliance. So what ends up happening is if it's my child, because the sign's up there, I think that, oh, drivers are gonna behave differently and maybe I'm not as cautious, but driver behavior doesn't change just from a sign. So it's not recommended that we put up those signs.
So is there a way that we could propose changing driver behavior in terms of speed bumps or something around there?
So typically, in the past and currently, it's the fire department that is not in favor of any kind of vertical deflection because it increases the response time. There's more that goes into increasing response time, that if they don't meet a certain response time frame, a certain percentage of time, that affects insurance, et cetera. But at some point, you can have the fire department talk about that because I'm just, my understanding of how that works.
Okay.
Thank you. So if I understood Albert correctly, there's going to be parking on both sides of that street on Scarlet that the applicant's going to be using?
That's correct.
And your opinion is that the street is currently designed and can be used with that in mind?
Do you know how wide it is? So,
Possibly the project engineer might be able to have that answer.
so
Chair Klein, I would suggest that this is the kind of issue that when and if the commission takes a brief recess, I would like staff to look at very closely and not give an on-the-fly answer, but actually provide you with a very accurate answer.
Okay.
Because this has to do with the amount of parking the project's providing. And if all the parking shown can't be provided where it's shown, that would be a pretty big issue. I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying we want to look at it. I do think it'd be helpful to hear from the applicant's engineer about this issue, since, you know, the applicant prepares these plans and our staff reviews them and we do our best to catch literally everything. But this is one of those issues where I would say they should respond. And if you give us a little time, we'll huddle, and I will make sure to give you an accurate response from staff's perspective.
Please take into consideration in the deliberation the bike lanes that are existing and what might be.
I'm sorry.
So please, in the deliberation, take into consideration, I believe there's bike lanes currently, and how those are going to be played into effect with parking on both sides and whether or not we'll be able to maintain them. And I'd also like Albert to address if this streetscape design was discussed with the applicant during the application process, and if there was any, I don't see a setback of, I see big setbacks on the front and back, but don't see that really incorporated on that side.
The general answer is that as part of our project design, those issues were not identified as non-compliance. However, since they're been brought up again, during the short recess, what we can do is provide precise, exact answers for the commission.
Do we want to take any other commissioner comments about streetscapes or design or parking right now before the break?
What I'm going to work, so we're going to go to Commissioner Rudine briefly, and then
Okay, so question I have for when you guys are looking into this for a specific one. The standard is 467 parking stalls and the applicant has 468. So they have wiggle room for one. There is 71, it was mentioned earlier that there's 71 on-street parking spaces. When you have a chance to look at them specifically, if a certain section of Scarlett needs to be designated no parking, does that impact the number of actual parking stalls that the applicant has? And will they meet the standard?
That's on our list.
okay, what I'm going to, Okay. I'd like to call the commission back to order, and I appreciate staff huddling and the flexibility of the community for hanging with us. So we had paused with Engineer Owens walking us through. That's where we'll return. Gwen.
Road, it's, it's approximately face curb to face curb, it's 36 feet. There's enough room to actually park on both sides and get a travel lane. People going both east and westbound. The parking would have to be removed approximately for the southbound right onto Scarlett for approximately about 150 feet that you wouldn't be able to park on the north side, so that you could come off Leisure Town, turn into Scarlett, and you'd have more maneuverability.
Let's see. And
oh, one other thing, there's no bike lanes on Scarlett, and there are no proposed bike lanes on Scarlett.
Does that affect the overall parking on the project, or the total number of spaces?
So it would, yes. The resulting change that confirms 150 feet along the north side of Scarlett cannot be parking. That would result in the removal of 4 parking stalls. And with that, it would not comply, but the commission may ask the applicant whether or not they can accommodate those additional 4 stalls within the site. And they're available to help clarify that.
Well, so this is information that I think was brought to us by Commissioner Lightfoot with your questions. Did you have other questions for the applicant?
I have.
Or for Gwen, who's standing before us for an answer to these questions, or?
I have no more traffic or parking related questions.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't want to keep you, Gwen, if do we have any? Okay, Commissioner Rudin, please.
Mine'll be a quick one. Just to confirm, you said that you can park both sides and you can have east and west traffic. Will there be any risk for, say, fire trucks or first responders or any kind of those? None?
Fire trucks require a 20-foot clear travel way. They will have a 20-foot clear travel way. 36 feet face of curb to face of curb is a lot of other residential collectors that we have throughout the city.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. We are deliberating item 7A. This item is with the commission now. We have not entertained a motion yet. Before we do, this is kind of the period where we can do, gauge a temperature or what the commission's pleasure is for moving forward. So I would like to know just if there is any interest of, Commissioner Lightfoot.
So I just have before we get into that, just a couple clarifications. I think it's going to be a benefit for everybody just to hit some main bullet points here. So this new development agreement, it's a new application. It has nothing to do with the previous application, and that's expired.
Point of clarification, the project being proposed tonight does not involve a development agreement?
Does not involve the previous development agreement.
Correct, and it doesn't involve a new development agreement either. It is just the entitlement before you tonight is just a planned development with an environmental assessment.
And then the expiration of the previous agreement.
The previous agreement expired June 30th, 2021.
Does an expiration require public notification?
No. Termination or cancellation would, but not expiration.
Okay. So the canal access was brought up. Does this project affect anything to do with the canal across the street at all, requiring barriers or fencing or any code requirements for that with this development being in place?
Those would be off-site improvements, and the applicant's not required to perform any off-site improvements for that canal.
Okay. This is a little out of our notes. It's more for the applicant. In the enforcement of unit capacity, that's going to fall to the applicant, or is there city agencies or anything that requires or will look into overcrowding of units?
The maximum occupancy that is permitted within each unit is not something that's regulated by a land use and development code.
Do you know of any city enforcement agency that would look into the capacity of a dwelling?
I cannot speak to that, I don't know.
Can I, I remember in the last year, we had a similar project, but the question really was about for enforcement, where I think Commissioner Life is getting at is like with the police being called to, and towing, will there be any impacts there with officer, is that what you're?
So I'm mainly thinking about the overcrowding that was brought up by a couple community comments about exceeding the limit within the units, and if there's anything with the city specifically to enforce or regulate.
I don't know, but to provide some clarification, the applicant did provide some examples of how they manage their sites and how they deal with violations and how they deal with making sure that people are complying with their leasing requirements, and they are also here to provide further clarification on how that would work.
Mr. Chair?
I think.
I have an answer to the question.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be popular, but the applicant, through the ownership of the apartments and the management of the units, has the legal right to have leases that control how many people reside within the unit. And that's their legal arrangement with their person who's renting the unit. The state of California very much limits the city's ability to do any kind of regulation of how many people live in homes, which becomes very frustrating to neighbors that live near really overcrowded homes. But the state standard is extremely high for how many people can lawfully live in a residence. So the controls over that issue are actually really exclusively tackled within that private arrangement between the owner of the apartment and the people that they lease to.
Understood, thank you. Okay, so what was there attempts made to address with the local school district with their current capacity issues and the impacts that this project's going to be bringing?
As part of our development review process in the city, we provide notification to outside agencies when new projects come on board and provide them an opportunity to comment on these projects. We have Vacaville Unified School District that we send information to. We also have Travis Unified School District that we send information to. Usually for these projects, we don't receive comments back because it boils down to what we had mentioned earlier about SB 50, which is that the way that projects are required by law to mitigate impacts to schools, and there's nothing more that can be done, is the payment of impact fees that are imposed by those school districts. It is up to the school district to set those fees, to figure out how much that looks like and how much that costs for single family and multifamily development. And the only obligation under state law is the developer must pay those fees.
So understood, they are paying the impact fees, but we receive no information about whether it's feasible with their current system in place.
The feasibility of whether or not the fee is correct or the current circumstances that are experienced by the school district are not criteria that are considered as part of the evaluation of new development projects like this.
Okay. So any of the, was anything that was brought up tonight regarding any of the miscues in the APN number, any of the information that was brought up about the applicant itself, any of the public notice issues or complaints that might have been brought up that you think would actually require a redo of the public notice?
No. The criteria that's identified in the code specifically identifies name of the project, its location, a description of what it is, the environmental assessment, and the project applicant contact information. And that information is posted on the city's website. It's also posted in the newspaper. It's provided in a mailing to all properties within 600 feet of the radius of this project, as well as every property within the Southtown neighborhood. And we meet those requirements that are within the code, as well as a separate notification strategy for projects that was previously adopted by City Council, and that's currently in effect.
Okay, so if I think that covers me for now. I would welcome anybody else that might have same kind of synopsis or approach to, you know, air it all out there.
Sure, and I think we were, next on our list is, and I believe that there were some questions for the developer perhaps. Were there, did you have questions about?
No, well, I did about the impact specifically.
Okay.
I think there was a document that Southtown, what was discussed earlier about franchise tax board status, so I don't have a question related to that. I do, but regarding the impact fee, and thank you, Albert, for the information and forgive the naivete. The impact fee is to the developer, correct? Which is set by the school district. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, gotcha. How can you describe how that process plays out, just for knowledge base, just for an understanding of how that impact fee is assessed by the school district?
No, I wouldn't be able to tell you
Okay.
what mechanisms the school district uses to develop their fees.
Okay.
Just that, in order for them to build a project, they have to pay impact fees such as school impact fees.
Gotcha. Thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you, Commissioner Vargas. Commissioner LeBlanc.
Based on the fact that the garage was factored into the parking, is the city have any ability to enforce the parking in the garage?
Our code does not identify minute regulations on how people have to use their garages.
Does the developer plan to put any deed restrictions in as far as the lease agreements for those rental properties for the use of that garage for parking rather than storage?
Yes, please.
Can clarify, but my understanding is that as part of the community management, there is an obligation not to use your garages as storage. And I think you've seen that in many communities, like HOAs might have that as well, where they say, don't use your garage for storage, don't put whatever there, it needs to be used for parking. And that's how he runs his operations, and, is that right? Okay.
That's accurate.
Council, do you mind just speaking up a little bit? We had someone complaining about
Oh,
this hearing.
were you able to hear that? Okay.
Just while you're up, if I could.
So I will look to my left, but I believe the applicant is amenable to a condition to say, to the satisfaction of community development, provide a revised parking plan that meets the city standard. Is that? Architect nod? Correct? I believe there's room for restriping due to we aren't meeting our max on compact spaces, so we can add a few compacts.
What he said. Yes, we feel that the lots of 4 on the street, we can find those 4 on site. We'll have to look at the site. We feel comfortable we can probably do that.
Does that change any of our requirements for this application?
The addition of a condition that requires the applicant to provide on-site parking spaces would not change the evaluation that staff presented, because the evaluation is based off of the applicant providing sufficient parking to meet that standard. So if they're able to provide it on site, then they're still meeting that standard. If they're not, then the approval is invalid if one is issued. And there would need to be then an exception requested for those standards, which there's no exception that's being presented to the commission, and the applicant has indicated that they would be able to find place on site for those 4 additional parking stalls.
And that would have to be amended in our, whatever the condition is.
Yes, that would require an amendment.
Which can be incorporated as part of the motion, should the commission choose to.
You guys should hang out. You're welcome to sit down at the table. Commissioner Wilkerson.
Yes, thank you. First, to the students who spoke up, who are in the room, fantastic. Learning this process is not fun, but being committed here and be invested in this is awesome to see as someone who did this around your age. Government's slow, right? I mean, this project started back in April 2004, and it's now August 2022. So there's a lot of time in between that process and between now that a lot of things have happened. And unfortunately, it's our responsibility now to deal with the planning commission and the city council from back then who made those decisions, right? Unfortunately, we have to say yea or nay because of what the law is. It's a contentious issue, but I would encourage everyone who is involved now to look at things like the general plan and where growth is going to continue to go in the city. Because you have to think about these things don't move fast. I work in the private sector, we can get stuff done, snap a finger. Unfortunately, government can't do that. If this project is moving forward, though, I'm full support of the conditions and the developer paying the impact fees. I don't think that should be put on the residents who live in the community. This should definitely be assessed towards them as well. But this comes down to me, in our purview, as a simple private property issue. Private property owners in the neighborhood have certain feelings. This owner of this private property is zoned for them to do what they want to do. So by that, I'd like to make a simple motion reaffirming that Southtown Moody Environmental Impact Report and the approval of the planned development for the Southtown Apartments located at the northwest corner of Leisure Town Road, Redstone Parkway, subject to the conditions of approval and the one we just spoke about regarding the parking. But without those conditions and holding the property owner to the impact fees. I want to be very clear on that.
So we have a motion, has not been seconded. I don't know if everyone's clear on what the motion is. So are you moving the project with the language as presented with the one exception that was referenced?
Correct.
Okay. And the one exception that was referenced being?
We just talked about adding the 4 spaces.
But we need this for the clerk.
Oh. What was the
Well, you're making the motion, so the clerk needs to be able to know what the vote's on.
It was adding the, Albert, could you, four spaces? I just want to be clear that we got it right.
Just one moment, I can present on the screen.
We do have a point of clarification from Commissioner Lightfoot.
Not a point of clarification. We've had 2 back-to-back meetings that were polar opposites about current developments. And we saw the last meeting, excuse me?
We got a motion, though.
So did you want to clarify, Ralph, or did you want to speak to the motion?
No, I'll wait.
I don't want to interrupt. So if you want to speak to the motion, then we can take it up. But if you have a point of clarification?
No.
Okay. So we will have a speakers list on this item. We do have a motion in front of us and on the board. Commissioner Wilkerson, do you have, does the recommendation match your motion?
Yes.
Would you like to restate it?
Yes. I motion that we approve the planned development for Southtown Apartment, subject to the conditions of approval with a revision to condition number 7, and add the condition to require the developer to provide 4 additional parking stalls on site.
You have a second?
Are you also looking to reaffirm the EIR for Southtown/Moody?
Yes.
You have a second.
Do you have, so was that a second from?
Commissioner Fortney.
Commissioner, from Vice Chair Fortney. So we have a motion, that's before us. I did have a speaker, maybe, and Commissioner Lightfoot, or did anyone else want, we can just go down the table, as to the motion in front of us, starting with, Commissioner Vargas and then Lightfoot.
I have no comment.
No comment? Commissioner Lightfoot?
So what I was getting at, we've had 2 polar opposite types of meetings, that both large developments. The one where the surrounding community was involved from the beginning, was given many times to comment and provide their feedback and be involved in the overall plan, and it was a exemplary relationship between the developer of the Green Tree development, which I'm speaking to, and the surrounding neighborhood of Leisure Town, which is being gratefully impacted by a new large development, and the surrounding neighborhood supported it fully because of good public comment, good notification, very good discourse between the developer and the surrounding community, and the citizens in that area are happy. And this seems to me the polar opposite, where citizens are happy because they've been not as well informed as that other one, or felt like they were ignored, or and so I appreciate everybody being here. Be involved as much as you can. Be a part of your neighborhood, and be involved in everything that we can through the city, so that we can all inform each other and hopefully work with the people that are going to be in our neighborhoods, developing these projects as well. And we've had 2 very distinct meetings that are complete polar opposites, and it's just one thing that we had on both of them is, at the meeting, great public involvement. Please stay involved.
Anything?
I would just say there seems to with this project, based on the former project and this new project, and commingling them together, from what I've seen thus far. That's all I had.
Thank you, Commissioner Labonte. And I just want to, it's my turn, but one thing I will speak to that, the commingling, I think it's a little confusing because we're using an EIR that didn't contemplate this project specifically. It's a different applicant. So is that what, so it feels like the community, in their minds, and as Commissioner Wilkerson stated, this has been an ongoing, government moves slow, et cetera. And so if you're thinking that you bought your home and there was a different project being proposed at the time, and now you've made investment-backed decisions and things are changing, you wouldn't have bought, maybe if that use was there, maybe you would have, but the key, I think, is that there's a lack of notice that people have spoken to that is very, it builds on this lack, on the commingling feeling, where I wouldn't say that it's necessarily commingling, but I do think that the public does not seem to back this project. And I know that there's state law, so I'm troubled with the exact motion before us because I don't know if all of these issues have been sufficiently vetted. So I'm just not exactly comfortable with the project. I'm definitely interested in hearing more from other commissioners. But this recommendation was made before I had the chance to do some poll, taking poll, just getting a sense of where people are at, and that's okay. If people are ready to move this forward on the motion, go for it. If you don't support the motion, then vote your conscience. That's my recommendation. Commissioner Fortney, Vice Chair Fortney.
Yeah, we have the motion in the second, but if we're at a time where we're at comments, I hear your comments tonight, and I'm struggling with the decision. But what we have to look at up here from this commission is what the applicant has put before us. And if I go through my timeline here, you talk about the final EAR. It talked about 200 multifamily rental units since 2004. Albert, correct me if I'm wrong. There was a city council meeting in March of 2014 that approved a general plan amendment. Was this project part of that, or a zone change ever mentioned at that?
There was no zone change ever imagined for this site.
December 2017, another Vacaville City Council meeting that adopted a mitigated declaration on the general plan amendment zoning map. This project was not put before then for a zoning application change, correct?
That's correct.
June of 2021, when the development agreement expired, a zoning change could have been done, but nobody brought forth that, correct?
That's correct.
At any point in this time, had anybody initiated a zoning change from high density to something else?
Correct.
And we did nothing.
Correct.
So we have an applicant that paid money for a piece of property that we have given him criteria of city standards, zoning ordinances, and what he needs to do to get his project approved. He's met those conditions. He's actually even arguing that they don't want to pay the impact fees. Staff has recommended that they are paying the impact fees. So they are paying a school district fee. We're seeing a CDF 11 for police and fire that's been mentioned tonight. Is there anything else in that package for community development?
It's your standard impact fees and annexation into lighting and landscaping districts, the same things that other residents within the community have to do.
Thank you. So that's where I struggle. I hear what you're saying, but unfortunately, I look at the facts that are in front of me, and I have to look at, are the findings there, and did the applicant meet the findings? And they did. Commissioner Wilkerson mentioned the one word, phrase that I wrote down earlier, private property rights. It would be the same thing if it was you. I understand you don't like it, but the situation we're in and what's before us, the applicant has met those conditions. You don't agree with city standards, some city ordinances, and I hear that loud and clear. We don't make those decisions. We were given the set of criteria to see if the applicant met that. Those are my only comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I had like other questions before we got to the motion point. Have I passed that?
I was complaining about the same thing, but what we can do here is, this is a motion that Commissioner Wilkerson's made. You can motion to a friendly amendment, or we can vote down the motion, or we could all vote for the motion. And it could pass. Those are our options.
Questions that I have that aren't necessarily related to the motion. No, but I mean, okay.
So I think what we're asking you to do as commissioners right now is speak to whether or not you want to adopt this motion as it's being presented, or make changes, or urge its failure so that we can take up a different motion.
Okay. Well, first thing I would like to make clear is that I do live in District 6. That is my neighborhood. I don't live in Southtown, but I do live nearby. So it is personal for me as well. I completely agree with Vice Chair Fortney says. The applicant is working within the restrictions set by the state, or set by the city, well, and by the state as well. But for me, there's few unanswered questions that I just struggle with supporting this project right now.
Yeah. With that, we'll The recommendation before us is to reaffirm the Southtown EIR and approve the planned development, subject to the conditions of approval with a revision to condition number 7, and to add a condition to require the developer to provide 4 additional parking stalls on the site. You know, and we'll just, all in favor, please raise your hand. All in favor of the motion, please vote, signify by raising your hand. You support this motion. All opposed? So that's, you get that, clerk?
Take a roll. For the record.
Yeah, we'll do a roll call.
Commissioner Vargas? No. Commissioner Lightfoot?
Yes.
Commissioner Labonte?
Yes.
Commissioner Rudine?
No.
Commissioner Wilkerson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Fortney?
Yes.
Chair Klein?
No.
Four to 3 in favor.
Okay, the item passes. So we'll move to item 7.
Chair,
What?
disposition for the public.
The item passes. The recommendation moves forward to reaffirm the Southtown Moody EIR and to approve the plan development for Southtown Apartments subject to the conditions of approval with a revision to conditions number 7 and to add a condition to require the developer to provide 4 additional stalls on the site.
And the action's final unless an appeal is filed within 10 days.
The action, the action can be challenged. The action is final unless challenged within 10 days. Okay. Within 10 days, ma'am. Yeah, 10 days. Uh-huh. Well, you have an attorney, in the process, I can't give you legal advice. You have, I'm gonna direct you to city staff who asked me to make that announcement, because they know better than I do. Aaron Morse? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much for sticking around for that item. We will now move to the next item. 7C. Fairmont Square. Item 7C, the recommended action here is by simple motion, recommend that the city council approve the environmental assessment and conditional use permit for Fairmont Square located at 521 Peabody Road, subject to the revised conditions of approval. Looks like our staff contact here is Albert Enault.
Thank you, Chair. The last item before you tonight, before we move on with the agenda, is the Fairmont Square project. And just a refresher for everyone, this is a request to construct a 2,500 square foot drive-through restaurant and renovate an existing 7,900 square foot commercial building located at 521 Peabody Road. This time we've advertised with an exception to city standards for undergrounding overhead utility lines. To recap, the types of applications for consideration tonight are categorical exemption and a conditional use permit. Background about the project, how we got to this point. The original project was heard before the Planning Commission on June 21st. And at that, the city staff received a public letter from the applicant objecting to certain conditions. And during the discussion from that meeting, the Planning Commission made a motion to renotice the project to include additional language requesting an exception to city standards for undergrounding overhead utility lines. And between June 21st and August, city staff worked with the applicant to resolve some of the other conditions that were mentioned at that meeting. And so where we are right now is we have 3 remaining conditions that are disputed. Condition 5A related to architectural enhancements, condition 18 related to whether or not conditions prevail over the drawings, and condition number 43, which is related to undergrounding overhead power lines. Just to run through the project summary real quick, it's a 1.42 acre site. You've got the drive-through restaurant building, you've also got the existing building that's at the site where their applicant's proposing to renovate that. The resulting changes in the project site would produce 82 parking stalls with 2 trash enclosures and access off of Marshall Road. The applicant's proposing a contemporary design, and as previously mentioned in our previous staff report, this project does comply with standards as conditioned. This is the project site as originally shown. And these are the buildings that were being proposed. This is the new construction drive-through building that's 2,500 square feet. And this is the existing building as shown to be renovated by the applicant. So these are the remaining contested conditions that are before the commission tonight as part of the overall conditional use permit action. Instead of this being in front of the commission for action, because the applicant is requesting an exception for above ground utilities, the action that was originally going to be taken by the commission now turns into a recommendation to city council. So for you to just summarize what the issues are with this project as contested by the applicant, there is a condition of approval 5A that requires secondary siding material. We don't require a specific material. We just say secondary material on a building should be required on the new construction and the facade renovation for the project. That's mainly because we've had stucco-only buildings. We know what projects look good. We know what projects don't look good. And when you throw in secondary materials, that adds some dimension and relief to the facade. That changes the way that the appearance is. The main reason behind these designs is to anticipate that tenants that don't want building renovations move into these buildings, and they're built as is. And so we're trying to make sure that we get a standalone building that looks good with varying materials. The applicant had also an issue with condition number 18, which says that if there is a conflict between the project plans and the conditions, that the conditions would prevail. And so the reason why staff has continued to apply this condition is because from time to time, as projects are taken from the approval and moved to building permits, there may be changes to the plans or to the project. And so we want to make sure that if there are minor changes that can be determined to be consistent with the original project approval, regardless of whatever those changes are, that they're still complying with the conditions of approval. And then the whole purpose behind redoing this notification was because of condition number 43, which requires the applicant to underground, above ground utility lines. And the commission directed staff to provide additional notification that identified that there is a request now before the commission to remove that condition and grant an exception to the overhead power line requirement along Peabody Road, that is. So in conclusion, staff still supports the project because it meets those required findings. It complies with the general plan and zoning, complies with development standards. It's still well designed, but we have some conditions to help with that, and it improves the appearance of an existing shopping center. So the recommendation is still the same from the original project, mainly because staff is still recommending these conditions be applied, including undergrounding the overhead utility lines, but to make sure that we're complying with city standards for public notification, we have advertised that this applicant is requesting an exception to development standards for undergrounding those overhead lines. So there is a recommendation on the screen. However, the Planning Commission has the authority to modify that recommendation and move something different than what's shown on the screen towards the City Council. That concludes my presentation. The applicant is also here to help clarify any questions or offer any additional comments.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Enal. I will now open public our public hearing on this matter. We invite the public to speak for 3 minutes per person. Wonderful.
Faces that weren't here the last time I was here, so it's good to meet you all. And I think our cars got fully charged in the parking lot here while we parked next to each other and had a nice brief discussion. Met you in the parking lot. I didn't realize you were the chair. The owners of Fairmont Liquor are here that are own Fairmont Square, and it's a very unusual site. And I've met them through other acquaintances here in town. Their family's been involved in town One of their relatives won my presidential scholarship award when I was president of Vacaville Rotary, so they've been part of the community for probably longer, or as long as I have, which is some 40 years. And they bought Fairmont Liquors, and they've been trying to make a go of it. And they came to me because they knew, and they said, you know, come up with some ideas to help with our project, because the building's old. It was a round table pizza. It's way over parked for what they use. Liquor stores, even though they got to be parked like a retail center, they tend to have 5 customers tops at any given moment because it's kind of the nature of the business. If you go to BevMo in Fairfield, they'll have 5 customers at tops every time you come. I worked on that store when they moved into the old Pier 1 place, when Pier 1 moved out and moved to Vacaville. And so they came to me, and we came up with the idea, since we had all this extra pavement out front, to come up with an idea to get revenue in the site. And they ran, you know, let's put a gas station there where there's already a gas station on the corner. Yeah, a gas station might be good there, an additional gas station. Just put a retail building there. Well, they're unable to rent the retail space that's adjacent to Fairmont Liquors. The building is large and it's half empty since the tenant moved out. We even threw out an idea with staff to put housing in the back, to put some covered parking and put some housing in that entrance off the back, so that we can help with the homeless problem that tend to congregate in the back. They don't own the property behind the building. That's owned by the big vacant lot at the end that wraps around and owns a whole bunch of the frontage on Marshall. And so when they came to me and said, let's come up with a scheme, we came up with the quick serve restaurant. We've been trying to market it for years, and we still failed to find any interest in it. A lot of their fear is, are you even going to get approval for it? And do we have to underground the power lines? And a bunch of other options, and so it kind of killed it. And the whole point of this thing was to make the whole neighborhood better. That's why if you look at our plan, we're planting trees, we're adding landscaping, we're putting trees where they'll grow up in no shade. Actually, the liquor store building is being screened by the QSR. And we're adding 20 feet of landscaping along Peabody Road that there isn't any now to speak of. We're adding proper lighting throughout the entire parking lot. There's light poles going around the side that we own. And then they wanted to improve the facade. And so the first condition about, you know, we came up with a design that we thought we could market to QSRs because they're not really interested in this neighborhood. And when it comes blunt, they're just not interested. Your big tenants, McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell, this is not a neighborhood they're interested in. And so that's why we tried to come up with a simplicity of design that may meet their corporate standards. And so by adding another material type on that might hurt our marketing efforts. When you guys recommend this to City Council, but if you don't approve the underground, I guess it doesn't even need to go to City Council at that point, because if you don't recommend that we don't underground the utilities, then we kind of end here, and we got to go try and market it with undergrounding the utilities. So the idea was to find a tenant for the QSR. It would have to be more of an offbeat drive-through restaurant, and that would fund the upgrade of the entire parking lot, which includes everything per current code, which would be electrical vehicle charging stations, fuel-efficient parking stalls, you know, the proper spacing, the proper turn, get rid of the weird line, reset it, put all the new landscaping in, you know, provide a public access, accessible path to travel to a public right-of-way, which we don't have now. So a lot of it is ADA and code upgrades associated with the building. Redo just the front facade, because we've really marketed this close about where the money's coming in and the revenue and how to spend it. And that's why we really drew a really tight plan that we think we got budgeted that'll pencil. You know, right now, just to build a custom home is $300 a square foot. And, you know, it's a really hard time to build things, as the previous project pointed out. And that's why, you know, they're going with a board and batten over a wood lap siding. There's not contrasting materials there on a much larger building, but it's what they came up with. And the undergrounding of the public power lines, I've always had kind of an exception to this, you know, that it's not real fair to neighborhoods like this that don't get the high rents. You know, obviously, if we were right at an off-ramp, you know, along Interstate 80, we could get rents, and I wouldn't be here representing my client saying we don't want to do that. There's one, and they listed a project like Tom Filippi, was gonna be here for this, but he's not here now. And I don't blame him, but he's not here now. And he came up with a development agreement where he would pay for undergrounding utilities in the future. But the gas station on the corner of this property that's located there, they more than tripled the size of their canopy out front. They increased the square footage of the building by over a third by adding the car wash, and the city did not require the undergrounding of the power lines for that project. We're adding maybe a fifth of the square footage, and now we're being asked to underground the power lightings. I also worked on 3 other projects that weren't required to underground power lines with major additions. And one is Orchard Baptist Church. They more than doubled their square footage, but didn't have to underground the power lines that are coming onto their property. Unity Church of the Valley on Orchard Street. They more than doubled the size of their building and didn't have to underground the power lines that are in front of their building. And weren't even asked to during the planning approval process, neither one of those projects. And then also St. Mary's Church did a major addition and a renovation and redid the entire parking line, and they weren't asked to underground their power lines that are run along Hemlock.
Sir.
I know of another large project that I wasn't involved in, and usually I have a policy I don't speak against other projects. And there was a large project that built a large 2-story police building and totally renovated their city hall facility, and they did not underground the power lines along Walnut Street. So there is cases when power lines weren't undergrounded, and I'm kind of glad they didn't do it here because I don't think it's a good use of tax dollars to underground perfectly good power lines, for what we were doing here at City Hall. And I think it's the same case at this project. And I have talked to the new owner of the 99-cent store, which is next door, and he owns the land between my client's building and his building. He would like to build additional retail space there and then redo his front area to meet all the current criteria and code. But he doesn't want to get involved in that if he has to underground his power line. So yes, you will be setting a precedent for this neighborhood because he would like to come and follow and do the same procedure. And I've also talked to a developer that on the big empty lot that wraps around behind the building to do something to help with the homeless problem behind basically my 2 clients' buildings. So I think it's a very positive thing for the community to waive that aspect for this project. And there is precedent in previous city projects that do that. And that's why we're asking for those conditions. The one about the plans overseeding, it's kind of hard to spend all this time and all this money of my client's money to draw these plans and then have them be ignored because of a condition that was written in. And that's why we're taking exception to those 3 conditions. And with that, I could answer any questions or.
Thank you. And I failed to get your name.
I'm Rob Sesser. I'm part owner of A2R Architecture in town, and I'm a resident of Vacaville.
Appreciate you, sir. And so you're the developer's representative on this matter?
Yeah, the owner is here if you have questions specific of the owner.
Okay, the owner's representative.
Did you guys want to say anything, or did I cover everything? Okay.
Okay, so this is the public hearing aspect of our show here. So we're going to move to, so we would have given you time to speak during the, after we heard from the public, but the public, you're it. So with that, we're going to go ahead and close public hearing. Unless there are anyone else who would like to speak on matter 7C. There's always one more person.
I'm not sure if it's the right time for me.
Please.
I'm Chris Joya with the Public Works Department. Should I wait until you close the public hearing, or should I speak during?
I'm going to close public hearing because, I mean, I've been tricked tonight earlier with public hearings, so I'm going to close the public hearing. And then I'm going to turn it over to our inside family view on this matter. And if you could just restate your name and affiliation, please.
Chris Joya, Public Works Department.
And take as much time as you need.
Thanks. So I just wanted to speak to the undergrounding condition. I just wanted to reiterate that that's a condition that we still want on the project. I understand the applicant's issues with cost and being a burden on the project, but this is a standard condition that we put on every project. I know we mentioned some other projects. I think the difference here is that it's a brand-new building, and he talked about expansions of existing buildings. So one thing I wanted to point out also was that the condition as written, it talks about the applicant entering into a deferred improvements agreement, which it would basically allow the applicant to build the project now without the cost of the undergrounding. And then at some point in the future, that's when we'd require the undergrounding. And that would be an agreement that we would negotiate and enter into. So I'm not sure if you were aware of that or not.
I wasn't, but I'm going to invite the developer and the owner's representative to respond to commissioner questions, which I believe that there will be questions for all of you. And so if you don't mind hanging out like Gwen did earlier, I invite you to sit down at the table.
No problem. Thank you.
Sir, if you'd like to come down and just be on hand for commissioner questions that might come up during this segment, sure, go ahead and respond. But what I'd like to do here, after you finish speaking, is give the commission a chance to discuss it, for discussion and questions. So please.
Entering into a development agreement without any idea of cost or burden, where all of a sudden, we get somebody in there and we're barely making it work and we got the work done. And then all of a sudden, hey, you got to come up with $200,000. Or you got to come up with a $20,000 a year for the next 30 years. Whatever the development agreement is not good business sense. And because we're hoping that we find a tenant for this building that allows kids from Wilsey Wood, the neighborhood. This has been a neglected area of Vacaville for so long, and a lot of it is everybody's afraid of those power lines. I've worked on projects for the big empty lot that is, down the road, on the other side of the 99-cent store. And every time we do a plan for that and they pencil it out, they can't afford to do all the improvements. This is not, along Interstate 80. This is not, a 236 unit apartment building. There's not, it's a percentage. This is still, it's like they talk about why is downtown still full of the clinics that are. It's because you can still get space for $1.50 a square foot rent. And at that rate, you can't pay $300 a square foot to build something. And so that's why we're asking you guys to recommend to City Council that this project, and there are precedents, and I just mentioned the ones I worked on, but there's a lot of these little neighborhoods where they still have the power lines above the head that, the city has funds that they get every year. When I worked on what was Continental Pacific Bank, and now is Bank of the West on the corner of Mason and down there, is the city undergrounded the power lines that went down the alley. They used the PG&E contract they have, where PG&E comes and has an agreement with the city to underground power lines that they direct. And so they directed PG&E that would be the case. So the developer ended up not having to develop that building in downtown and Bank of the West to be built there. The city paid for undergrounding the power lines that went down the alley and across the street there. So there is precedent for not doing this. And I think the city and the beauty of you guys and your describing is how you interpret, but you also are here to direct staff. And I think City Council should be aware that if we really want some of these neighborhoods that are struggling to get people to invest in them, maybe there is a little different set of standards that we should abide by. And that's why I'm speaking to you, not only representing my client and trying to save them money, because yes, that's what we're trying to do so they can fix up their building, but to set a standard that we bring up the rest of Vacaville and not ignore it. And I think, you're the ones that make the decision, obviously, and will abide by it. But I think it's really a good thing to do a little different standard for a neighborhood like this, and somebody that's willing to, one, they've hired me, they spent the time, they're neighbors of mine, they're friends, they live in the community with me, and I think it's us pulling together as a community to help a neighborhood that really needs some help.
Can I just ask a question as to what you're urging us to do? Are you asking the commission to make a change to the recommended action so that we are making a specific, and thank you for pulling the recommendation up. So this is the world that we're living in, are the two items in front of you, these recommendations?
The middle one,
What are you asking us?
the middle one, whether the plans or the conditions, I can deal with that anytime. It's just, I always thought it was arbitrary. It's always stuck in there as a condition, and it just seems like we drew all these plans, and so that you can ignore, okay, the center one. But the first one is, let the design be what it is. Let us go out and try and market it. Most QSRs are 1,500 square feet. We're a little large. We're probably going to end up with a smaller one. So we can play with it, but then the smaller one, you get less rent. So there's a lot to work with, but it's given us something to market from without having to add more burden on what we're trying to sell. The power lines are actually the critical one. If we have to underground the power lines, it kills everything. We're basically done. And I think it's not a fair condition to put on a little site like this. And I don't think it would have been fair to put that condition on the gas station. I don't think it would have been fair to put that on the churches I mentioned, because they happen to be in neighborhoods that have over power lines. And yeah, you talk about a freestanding building. It's a 1,500 to 2,000 square foot freestanding building. You know, it's still an addition. It's still on the same parcel, the same piece of land. Whether you call it an addition or a new building, it's still the same thing. You know, adding square footage. We're actually decreasing impervious surfaces on the site as part of this project, which I think is great for the environment. I think the fact that we've been doing that is one of the great things in current development, is providing the bioswales and the things to help. Right now, this site is just all pavement, and it all goes into the storm drain. So there's a lot of good, positive things about what my client's trying to do, and undergrounding power lines puts an end to it all. That doesn't seem right.
Okay. I think we understand your position. I'm gonna turn to the commission. If you will, I invite you, please feel free to have a seat. Commissioner Vargas.
Yeah, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we can't vote on removing that condition, only to vote to recommend that the city council consider that, correct? City Attorney Borba.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
So the commission can recommend the exemption to the council, but pursuant to the municipal code, only the city council can grant that exemption.
So we can punt it to them.
Well, it's not exactly punting. We make recommendations, and the council, they take our recommendations as, because we're having this entire hearing and drawing these issues out, so the council takes recommendations seriously.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lightfoot.
Hi. Mr. Enol, so can you speak to, did you discuss with the applicant other recourse that they might be suitable to avoid the undergrounding of the utilities, or what their project, is there any guidelines to circumvent that, and that they could have taken or should have taken?
So for this project, so the answer is yes. An alternate option was offered by the Public Works Department, was to enter into a deferred improvement agreement, which would allow them to move forward with the project, but at some later date and time, they'd have to pay a portion of money for the undergrounding of those utility lines. That is already written into the condition of approval as is, but as the applicant has communicated, they're still in opposition of condition 43 outright.
Can you elaborate on that deferred approval, or?
I can't, but Chris Joya, our Public Works representative, can.
My questions are going to fall right in line here.
So the deferred improvement agreement would just allow the developer to move forward with building the rest of the project except for the undergrounding. And we would come to an agreement that we would negotiate in terms of cost and time. Maybe there's no money that we ask them to give right now. It's just an agreement to do it at a later date. I don't have much experience with a deferred improvement agreement like this. I know in talking with our city engineer, we've done a few of them. He mentioned some for projects along Gibson Canyon Road, along Fruitvale, where we've entered into deferred improvement agreements. And those were years ago, and we still haven't required the developer to underground those lines. So, I mean, it's true, we could say tomorrow, after this project is approved and everything, that we could say, okay, well, we want you to underground those right now. Likelihood of that, probably not going to happen, you know, but just based on what the city engineer is telling me. So we felt like it was a good compromise to allow the project to move forward, but yet get us some type of, I don't know about assurance, but just an agreement with the property owner that this would be done at some point in time, if we wanted it to be done.
So
you know, and like I said, it could be years and years. It could never happen. I don't know. With some of these projects that have been mentioned, it hasn't happened yet.
So the recommendation in front of us is to enter in the deferred improvement agreement without any binding, but the big stick of maybe someday down the road.
Yeah, and it would be an agreement that we negotiate with the property owner. It wouldn't be something where we impose, you know, the terms of the agreement. It has to be an agreement. So we wouldn't say, well, you're giving us half of the money right now. You know, it's something that's negotiated.
Okay. And in the process of undergrounding those utilities, so there's like a pole at the corner by the gas station. And then is there 3 poles that are going to be affected? Is that correct?
I think there's probably 2, if I'm not mistaken.
As it's been described in the past, I believe there is 1 pole that is within the project frontage, but the resulting requirement would produce 2 poles, 1 on either end of their frontage. So they'd remove 1 pole and then install 2 poles at either corner along Peabody Road.
Yeah.
And it's about 100 feet of frontage is what we're talking about. And the costs that I've heard from the developer's engineer is $500 to $600 a foot.
And just so we're all clear, I wouldn't doubt that. There's also, I mean, that is I believe there's other utilities on those poles as well. Okay. I understand deferred improvement agreement. I appreciate that. Is the photo booth, is that a permitted structure?
The photo booth that's at the site is being proposed to be demolished.
Yeah, so I'm curious for the applicant. I'm like, is there a, if, for instance, I mentioned the gas station, if an expansion of that building was not required underground, but you're building a new building, is the photo booth considered a remodel if you expand on the photo booth? And does it meet the requirements? I'm just curious.
The photo booth is still there. It's basically just like the photo booth down here on Orchard and Merchant. It's not being removed because there's fee credits associated with it, how small they may be.
What I'm getting at is, could it be classified as a remodel?
I wouldn't go that far.
And would it by chance negate the undergrounding of the utilities?
So regardless of whether or not the rephrasing or the semantics that are described for this project change from new building or remodel, the condition that's been proposed for this project is as stands. Just to clarify for the commission, what is in front of you tonight is a motion, sorry, not a motion, is a recommendation, but the commission has the authority to make changes to that recommendation, including a recommendation to remove conditions, to keep some conditions, to keep all the conditions. That is the decision for a recommendation to City Council that is before the commission tonight.
Understood, thank you. Thank you, sir. I don't think I have any other questions.
We are going to return to Commissioner Vargas, and then if there's
Yeah, just one quick question. So once you enter, if you enter into this agreement, those conditions don't change, correct?
No.
Condition change. Okay. That was my only question.
Just to confirm, that condition doesn't change?
That condition does not change.
Correct.
Yes.
As part of a condition, is it set as far as time? Are the conditions like wide open as part of the agreement? Can you get time, creative, like upon sale of the property, or?
That can be negotiated and put into the agreement.
Right, because I understand what's trying to be done here. We're trying to beautify something that's already existing by the creation of another building to in turn pay for the said project. However, these costs are coming in as prohibitive to do the project, to get everything accomplished. So it sounds like we have the ability to be creative in this agreement, where both the city and the builder or the landowner can agree to means by which gets the project done, but yet meets the needs of the city as far as eventually, whether that's now or in 15, 30, 20 years, undergrounding these power lines.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Stephen.
Okay.
Commissioner Fortney, Vice Chair. Fortney.
What triggers the gas station to the north to have to go underground? If they asked for a building permit, could you impose that then? Staff, anybody? What I'm getting at is there ever going to be a point where the corner or the gas station has to go underground because now they're above ground?
Yeah, I mean, typically the projects I've seen, and I've only been in development in Vacaville for a year and a half, but the projects that I've seen, just expansion projects, we're not really given the opportunity to condition.
So it's too late for the gas station. To the south of us at the dollar store, are they above ground? So they're above ground, and then the vacant lot, we would require an agreement there.
Yeah, that vacant lot, if it was improved.
And then we get to the apartments and the daycare, which are above ground, correct?
I think the apartments, it's underground there.
But the point he was making earlier, not to cut you off, Chris, is that the new construction versus existing.
Right, well, I think the big goal is to get the entire street of Peabody underground.
Right,
but you've got two.
But Vacaville has this, new construction versus existing versus.
I agree.
The city code says that new development requires.
And I think there might be the example that to the north and the south can't go underground, or they're not going to unless they voluntarily cough up those funds. And I'm not going to impose, I don't want to personally impose the cost on this development. I would be more supportive of making the recommendation that I go to council. They're the electeds and they get to do the heavy lifting on this project.
Well, this is going to council. This is our you're right.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
If we make the recommendation.
It would be upon our recommendation and council could make their decision.
Correct.
But that it's their decision. You are absolutely right.
If we don't make the recommendation, they're imposed, it's imposed.
I only want to clarify so that we all are on the same page. I don't want to get into your substantive questioning. But so our recommendation to council is to adopt these conditions consistent with the staff report. That would be a recommendation. And then council would act on those recommendations about bearing the lines.
Staff's recommendation has them paying it to go underground. We would have to make a recommendation to the motion.
Which gets at what Andrea was saying earlier. Yeah.
I think if the applicant wanted to appeal the planning commission's determination to impose that condition and seek an exemption from the council, that they could move this forward to council. So either way, whether you decide to stay with the condition or you decide to recommend exemption from the commission, there is a path to the city council for consideration. Now, it would be up to the applicant as to whether or not they wanted
Right.
to seek that appeal to that condition.
I think there's a desire in the community to have the shopping center get to where it needs to be, and I think there's a big agreement. So I'm actually in favor of removing condition 5A, the exterior elevations, sticking with condition 18, and then making the recommendation. And I'm open for comment on anybody else's thoughts.
Well, I mean, so we are developing our record now for the council to consider our recommendations, and we haven't moved to our commission discussion deliberations yet. So we're just trying to probe these hypos with staff and the representatives. Appreciate your recommendation.
I'm good.
Commissioner Rudin.
I completely agree with what Vice Chair Forney is saying, and I was gonna make a motion, but I'll wait.
Wait till we.
I'll wait till we get there.
I'll let you do the motion.
Oh, I'm gonna stumble through that one, but yes, no, I agree. I don't think that we should kill this project because the gas station is not going to go underground. They'd have to put 2 poles in. If there's already one, and then you put 2 in, it'll look kind of ridiculous. And then that would put the brakes on the 99-cent store doing anything. So then you would have electric, none, electric, none. It would look weird and it would kill a project. So, yeah, that's where I stand.
Okay. Commissioner Lightfoot.
I want to clarify a little bit. So the applicant has stated that he dislikes the condition, and it's disadvantage to the overall project in the long run. It doesn't necessarily mean they can't build the project if, like was stated by Albert and, I'm sorry, what was your name? Chris. So they're entering a deferred development agreement to negotiate those terms at a later date. I agree that the undergrounding of the utilities for this particular site would be odd, which I think would probably be a reason why they put off the undergrounding of those utilities anyways. They are underground to the south, they're not underground to the north. I know that PG&E does have a big push right now to underground as many utilities as they possibly can. I'm sure there's going to be some available resources with them to do that. Well, I assume. And then also, I want to speak on to exterior elevations requirements. I hear exactly what the applicant's saying. I really do understand. We're trying to mitigate cost. We're trying to get this project in a much needed area. I hear that wholeheartedly. We do have set standards that are shown here. We continue to follow those when it's presented with what's in front of us. I mean, we seem to, as a commission, try to follow the guidance that's in front of us that's provided already in the general plan, code requirements, that sort of thing. And I agree that this will go in front of the planning commission or the city council, and I'm sure that District 4, which this is in, I live in District 4, I really do want to see this project. I really do want to see this get done. But us as a planning commission, I feel like should let, as Vice Chair Forney said, do the heavy lifting to take out those requirements if they feel it's necessary. That's the way I feel right now. I'd make a motion can you put up the, so I make a recommendation or a motion to approve staff's recommendation of determine the project category exempt and to approve the conditional use permit for Fairmont Square subject to the revised conditions of approval.
It's been moved to adopt the recommendation as before us. Is there a second?
Clarification. The motion does not have a recommendation
The motion has a recommendation to determine that the.
That the city council grant an exception to this project and remove condition 43 from Exhibit B? Does the motion have that? That's what was presented by staff.
No, the motion that's been presented by staff is what you see on the screen, which does not include the recommendation, which does not include exception.
Thank you for clarification.
No, it doesn't. Right, thank you, Mr. Enal. The maker of the motion, though, I'll turn to you. You were making the motion.
So, I mean, the way that I feel about it right now, I say that although I hear exactly what the applicant's saying, I do desperately want this project as well, but I say let city council make the decision on removing any of the, or considering the applicant's suggestions for the removal of, or those particular conditions.
Let's add that to the motion. That's not the same.
Oh, no, we can add in that we strongly consider, or should we strongly recommend that they review them, and if they feel so inclined to, I mean, I don't think that it's in, I'm saying that we should continue to follow the rules and what's in front of us. With code requirements, city recommendation, they're asking for exemptions that I think should fall to, I'd love to see what the actual council has to say about them.
So, so that this is helpful to the council's deliberation is what it sounds like where you're at, is that A, you would recommend determining the project is categorically exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act. And number two, you would recommend approving the conditional use permit for Fairmont Square, subject to the revised conditions of approval. You might say including, X, Y, Z, whatever your specific concerns are that you want to flash for council. But the way that I see this, you're still moving forward the recommendation, and you would just.
I don't know how to, I'm sure that everybody, and we have one city council member here, please, District 4 would really like to see this project go forward. Please, please review the applicant's requests. Sorry.
I'm glad that bad cop stepped up before I could, because I'm trying to be nice, but you can't do that.
Okay, so I mean, I don't think I need to change my motion. I think that it's good. The applicant's going to go in front of city council, hopefully make the same pitch to them that he did to us tonight, and hopefully I'm saying I hope that the project gets approved.
So it sounds like you are recommending what you see in front of you. Were there other changes that you wanted to make, notwithstanding communicating directly to the public?
I don't have any changes that I want to make.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, the motion dies for want of a second. So I will now entertain a motion from Commissioner Rudin.
Okay, I'll give it a go. I'd like to make a motion to send this to council for recommendation, removing condition 43, removing condition 5A.
Hang on. And number
word that
5A.
right?
It's been moved by Commissioner Rudin to move the item, the recommended action, adoption, blessing the categorical exemption and making this recommendation that would remove number 43 and number 5A.
Yeah.
Oh, someone's writing this for me.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm sorry. I did the numbers backwards.
Okay.
We get to the same place.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's been seconded, and I want to make sure that Commissioner Vargas seconds in its current form. Okay. Okay. All right. So it's been moved and seconded. I'd like to solicit any discussion.
Didn't that have 43 on it?
Oh, question, I do have one question. Which follows up with this motion.
Well, hang on. the maker of the motion has a question about 43. Albert?
So what's been advertised on the notice and in part of the staff report is specifically an exception to a requirement to underground overhead utility lines. That's essentially what condition of approval number 43 says, but for the sake of advertisement, we've identified it as underground overhead utility lines. We could put within parentheses if it helps clarify the motion, but the whole intent behind 43 and the public notification was to ensure that we're being consistent with city ordinance, which says you specifically have to say, this is an exception to undergrounding overhead utility lines.
Perfect. Yeah, so 43 is stated there, essentially. Covering bases, Albert?
No, I'm covering
Okay.
cases, making sure it's in there.
Okay. Thank you, Albert, for walking us through that. All right, so it's been moved and seconded. Commissioner Vargas, you're still on board with the second? Okay. So what I'd like to do now is just, we would discuss it or vote. So I'm just gonna, does anyone want to discuss the motion further before we vote? I'm just doing okay, great. And I tried to do a hand vote earlier. I don't know if it went very well.
Like that.
So I'm gonna just stick to what, I'm gonna stick to what we know. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Commissioner Vargas,
Yes.
Commissioner Lightfoot,
No.
Commissioner Labonte,
Yes.
Commissioner Rudine,
Yes.
Commissioner Wilkerson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Fortney,
Yes.
Chair Klein.
Yes,
Passes 6-1.
perfect.
The planning commission's recommendation will be forwarded on to city council at the next available meeting. which
So
we don't know
noted.
yet.
That's, yes, and I adopt exactly what you just said. Thank you very much, Albert. And thank you to the applicant. And Chris, welcome to, we know your name now. Thank you very much for hanging in there. All right, we'll go ahead and move to item 8, business. Swiftly right along to any business under, I don't have the script here.
We have no business.
No business, okay. Thank you. I'll close business, move to item 9, status report on development and major projects with Director Morris. Aaron Morris.
Thank you, Chair Klein. We are going to be brief, and if you have questions, we can be expansive, but we're going to start with brief. So Assistant Director Joshua Montemayor is going to give the building division update, and Albert's going to give the current planning update, and I'm going to close it out with the advanced planning update. So.
Good evening, Commissioners. Are we ready to start?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. Joshua Montemayor, Assistant Director of Community Development, giving you the building division status report. For July, we had 28 new single-family homes cleared for occupancy, 18 single-family home permits issued, 1,209 inspections completed, 374 building permits issued, and 116 solar permits issued. 2 noteworthy projects that pulled permits last month include the Home 2 Suites, that is the hotel that will be developed across the street from Kaiser, as well as 2 warehouse buildings at the Midway Commerce Center. We have Building A that was pulled, that's going to be about approximately 200,000 square feet, and Building C, which is approximately 1.2 million square feet. And that's the building division's report. In case you have any questions, I'm happy to entertain those.
Were we able to determine if we know if any of those permits were ADUs?
We can look into that.
And how many were multi-unit?
I do not have that information with me, but we will get back to you on
Get
that.
that?
Yeah, when we get this, if we get the staff report, if you'll let us know how many, every time you update us, how many of those are ADUs?
Absolutely.
Perfect, thank you.
You didn't know that, and neither did I until right now, so, I mean, why does he have to do that? Is there a reason?
Well, thank you for
Is there a
saying that for the
reason
record.
that the two of you want that broken down? I mean, did
I
they
don't
know
know how
that?
many additional dwelling
Okay.
units are being requested.
I just want to ask for reasonable things. He had no idea about that information coming into this. Okay, well, he's brand new. All right. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to current planning updates, just a few notable things. Camping World received their approval to expand their building and to include 3 service bays, so you might see some construction out there. Going to be matching the same architectural materials of the building. Golfco, which is a convenience store off of Nut Tree Parkway, was approved, Nut Tree Road, 2000 Nut Tree Road was approved to have a Type 20 license to sell beer and wine. Crossroads Church over off of Butcher Road was approved to install a soccer field at their location at 190 Butcher Road. But more notably for the commission, I wanted to inform you that we have received our first set of house plans in Lower Lagoon Valley. In Village B, we have house plans on 50 lots. There's 4 house plans with 3 elevations, and these plans would be all 2-story, ranging from 2,800 square feet to 3,400 square feet. And then over in their Village K, which are their alley-loaded developments, there's 88 lots over there. They have 5 house plans with 3 elevations each, and those would range from 1,700 square feet to 2,600 square feet. And those are currently under review. It's a staff-level review, so you wouldn't see them come to the commission. But if you are interested, or any member of the public is interested in reviewing these plans, they're available on our website to view, or you can contact us in the Community Development Office to get copies of plans, get PDFs if you're interested in looking at what those are. So that's the current planning update.
Excellent, thank you.
On to the advanced planning update. We've been working very hard on the housing element. The goal is to get the public draft housing element out by the end of this month. So it will start its public review process, and the Planning Commission can expect to be reviewing it at the September meeting, at a public meeting, and the goal is for you to give your comments and input. It will then go to council before it then goes off to the state, and then comes back, and then comes back to you. So anyway, it's going to be a big lift, but we are getting close on that effort. And then you can also anticipate the safety element, environmental justice element to follow, but housing is definitely leading our 3-element, it's not a race, but process right now. One other thing of note, I'm going to skip the last one because it's not that noteworthy. We've been working on the Urban Reserve Development Inventory and Land Need Forecast. So on last meeting in June, we took a draft inventory to the council and asked for them to direct staff to do public outreach on it. And so we did meet with all the property owners that were willing to meet with us last week who own these lands that are designated urban reserve. And tomorrow we have a meeting. We've invited the entire development community and everyone that's sort of on our housing strategy outreach list. And we're going to basically be doing a much deeper dive into the guts and the meat and potatoes of that report. This is all heading your way at a certain point. Once we shape up the draft report, reconcile some of the different information we're getting from different folks, we really want to get it right, basically. It will come to the Planning Commission for your review before it goes back to council. And it's part of a 3-step process of looking at the urban reserve. And we're still just on step 1. I want to be very clear. Yes, sorry.
When you say it comes to us for review, what is needed of us?
I think from staff's perspective, we haven't written the report yet, but I think we want to get the inventory right. We want to include all the projects that should be included. We want to do it accurately, and that's part of where public vetting at public meetings is helpful for that. So once we spend more time trying to get it right, the Public Planning Commission will be a formal public setting where any member of the public can dig into it, they can provide comment, and that's staff's goal. Because when we take it to council, we want to have like really good confidence that we've gotten it right. And it should be just like literally black and white facts. It's actually more complicated than that. So that's part of where we think the commission will be helpful to the council to have that discussion.
When we have that meeting or that workshop where the public's invited, does it have to be in this environment? Even if it's noticed, could it be off-site?
Probably it will be in this environment based on kind of the logistics of how the rest of the year is going to work, but I will take that as a suggestion to consider.
I just know some people won't even come here. They're intimidated to come here, especially if they're in this environment. But if we were at a church or a gymnasium or somewhere else.
I'm going to take that as consideration for maybe a workshop type format, but then I want to think about who all is invited to the workshop and how do we make sure it really should be a transparent public process. That's my goal. And whenever we're here in this room, yes, some people don't show up, but this is the most transparent public space I can think of.
Yeah, that's true.
Cool. And that was the last part of the advanced planning report.
Thank you, and I just want to comment on how that was streamlined, and I know it's been a while, and we're getting fully staffed, and it's a milestone, very good, and keep up the good work, everyone. I do have a question about CEQA, because Vice Chair Fortney reminded me about, I was just wondering, like, about CEQA actions that are taken between meetings. I mean, if there's a way to just provide like a summary page of like, of the categorical exemptions that we don't necessarily see get filed, that go to the county, they don't go to CEQA. I know that happens, and there are CEQA actions that I think I've requested a summary sheet or something just to see what actions are taken on CEQA. It'd be nice to know what we're doing.
If you have consensus, or at least another person on the commission that's interested in that, I will ask the current planning team to add that information, so when they report, for example, we have a project that was approved, we can say how we found it exempt, if that's the case.
It's great to know, like, this is just CADX. We've done 5 CADXs in the last 6 months or whatever. I mean, it won't be like that, but, you know, we're trying to understand how CEQA works, and this is a missing link, I think, for us to see final action. I would love that.
Do you want a second opinion?
Is there someone, I don't know if anyone also wants to hear about this.
I will second as long as it's very brief.
It's gotta be brief.
We'll make it very brief.
And that's why I key on the summary sheet. I mean, it's just like,
Less than summary.
just like, like whatever you're doing now, anyway. I don't want to create work. This is why I'm being kind of like tentative about it, because I kind of believe that it should exist somewhere, but.
It's in the decision that gets issued, and we're not gonna bring a copy of all the decisions, but we can summarize approved and what the environmental clearance path was for the commission's
And I can even
interest.
send out, like, circulate a copy of what I've seen other agencies do, exactly what I'm asking for.
Good,
So,
do that.
Yeah, absolutely, thank you. We will now move to Director's Report, item number 10.
Okay, they're under the topic of city council actions pertaining to planning commission items. I don't have any to report right now that are new. I do want to note that for real this time, on August 23rd, both the Corby Battery Storage Merit Hearing and a discussion of initiating a Northeast Growth Area specific plan are both on the agenda for next Tuesday, reports written, etc. So both these topics will be of interest to the commission, but they start off at the council, so I will keep the commission apprised about the outcome of those items and that discussion at council. The second thing is our tentative schedule of future planning commission items. We are planning a special meeting on August 30th, the Green Tree special meeting. I'm thinking we're gonna make it, but we're not 100% settled on the terms of the development agreement. So like everything, it's very suspenseful at this point. But at this point, we're planning on that special meeting. I think it's going to happen. And I appreciate those of you who are able to participate. And then North Village obviously got continued. The earliest that would be coming to the commission would be September. And I'm doing some agenda management right now to try to not make September just really, full of housing element and other major projects. And then under the announcements topic, 2 things. The chief building official who is going to start on August 8th is now officially starting on August 29th. And I'm very excited to welcome her to leading the building division. Josh has been filling in that capacity since he joined my team a month ago. But we are definitely excited. I can't wait to introduce her to all of you. That's coming very soon.
On the 9th?
On the 29th.
The 29th.
Yeah, the last Monday of this month.
Wonderful.
Yeah. And then we also have hired an assistant planner who started off his career with the city of Vacaville as an intern. So it's exciting. We stole him from Gwen Owens' group, actually. So yeah, she's not here anymore, but so that's exciting. And then we're also
out leading a recruitment.
Yeah, she's out figuring out who's going to replace the gentleman we stole. And then we're still working on hiring the analyst. That's actually also in motion. So I will be fully staffed at some point, I guess is the point. The department will be fully staffed, and it's feeling exciting because it's feeling like we're actually almost there. The last thing, as part of our budget for this fiscal year, I would like to move the commission to paperless packets. I don't know that you know, but you see all that paper. We keep killing the copy machine as we're putting together the packet. I mean, it dies every hour. So Nancy and I will be reaching out to the commissioners to find out which of you have your own devices, iPad, laptop, something you want to use to be able to display the packet and bring to the meeting. If there's anyone here that does not have their own device and needs one, I do have a limited budget to purchase city-issued iPads for those commissioners, because everyone obviously needs to be able to have the information at the meeting. Last point on that, if we have projects with complicated plans where there's like a lot of just like stuff to look at, we would in fact do special printing of that kind of material, but I really want to get away from copying 8.5 by 11 pieces of paper and collating them.
That's the only one who probably has a non-Apple device. Would it have to be read on Apple?
No, it could be on a Droid as well, yeah, no, not just Apple.
They have all kinds
Good
of
question.
janky devices.
Well, I mean, yeah, but even on these cords, nothing for us to power up.
I'm sorry,
Well, that's-
Commissioner
it's not,
Wilkerson.
it's not unique to this experience for you, luckily.
And these were all my updates.
It may be archaic, but I still have my original binder that I love, so thank you, Nancy. And I put my packet in here, totally get it though. And hey, one benefit of going electronic, the exhibits would be in color.
Yes, we can afford to give you exhibits in color if we're doing an electronic packet.
Wonderful. Well, maybe slow down on some of the work, Aaron. We're gonna get us out of here at midnight here pretty soon. Thank you for that report. And thank you, all the staff, for everyone for hanging in there. And I look forward to, we are very grateful for all of the, everything that everyone had to endure tonight, and very professional group. So with that, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me, we're not adjourned until we get to commissioner comments. Because every time I roll through commissioner comments so quick. Commissioner, starting with Commissioner Vargas.
No comment.
You just wanted the opportunity. Commissioner Lightfoot.
No, just reiterate, I appreciate everybody. One of our hardest nights probably as a commission. I know it's been here a long time. But yeah, thank you staff for answering all the questions. Albert, you sat in that seat for a lot of hours today and you did a great job. It was a good one, so thanks everybody.
Thank you, Commissioner Lightfoot. Commissioner Levante.
No comments.
No comments. Commissioner Vice Chair Fortney.
All good. Thank you.
Commissioner Udine.
I want to go home.
Okay, well, I think we're done.
Sounds good. Hit the gavel.
Commissioner Fortney, are we finished? Do you want to say goodnight to Vacaville for us?
Your kids are in bed. Come on. What do you want?
Just drive slow when school starts.
Are you gonna say
No,
goodnight to
Matt, just
Vacaville? Are you
just
done?
drive. No, that's not my job. That's the guy with the gavel.
Okay.
But we got to figure out this air conditioning situation in here. That's a whole other topic. It's freezing.
You know what, I do have, can I have one question?
We do
for you?
have one
Because-
question.
And maybe, because we may see this in the future again. Is it the discretion of the chair, or can they actually defer their 3 minutes and give it to somebody else? This, I don't know where we
Hey,
came
there's no
from.
reason to get into that now.
Where this came from.
I don't know.
It's cleared up tonight.
I figured I'll forget, and I wrote it down, but I didn't know if this is, I've never seen this, so.
Well,
didn't know
I
where
thought we were
on.
finished with the business of the
I'm
commission,
sorry.
but we can.
If you want to, you can email us and circulate that.
I mean, I feel like this is kind of a raw question for people. It doesn't come up all the time, and I was.
I'm
The
gonna
next
make
couple
this,
of
I want to
projects.
answer the questions that's been asked, but I also agree we could have an offline discussion, not as a quorum, though. It's actually best practice to ask for public comment, let each person speak for 3 minutes, and recognize that they did have their 3 minutes and not to go around again. And it is best practice to not have people ceding their time, because you can see it spirals. It starts to sort of, so that best practice is, but I mean, the other best practice in these sorts of contentious meetings, I think, is to make people feel heard. So, it's a difficult balancing act, and I guess I just want to acknowledge on behalf of staff that Chair Klein, this is by far the most contentious item that's been at the Planning Commission during your tenure here as a commissioner and as chair. And at the end of the day, it's not midnight, and everyone felt heard. They didn't like what happened necessarily, but they got to be heard, and so that's really the purpose of the public hearing.
I appreciate that, and I mean, it's, based on my understanding, which I think the law backs it up, but, is that I'm right. Just kidding.
You have the gavel, you're always right, so.
Oh, you can be the one to tell people, sorry, 3 minutes, no more. Anyway, good night, Vacaville.